It would probably help if I had my mic. Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, who kind of has it together today. And it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. And we're here today with day 16 of the Karen Reed trial. And I think this morning is going to be spicy. What all you think? We finished yesterday with, what's her name? Hold on, let me look it up. See, told you. Didn't have it together. Maureen Hartnett was on the stand, a CSI lady. And Alessi is crossing her. And he got her. He got her yesterday. For saying there were two pieces of evidence tape and multiple pieces of glass, and it turned out it was a reflection, and she did not want to admit that. It was fascinating. It was one of those Hollywood court moments, Matlock, if you will. He was so proud of himself, and we're proud of you too, Alessi. Good job. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Thank you for leaving a comment on our Diddy video. That came out last night, day 3 of the U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs. And that's out now. Day 1, 2, and 3. And it's hard. It's hard. It's tough stuff. It's tough stuff to hear. And very bizarre. But if you guys are all interested, I'm doing nightly recaps. You can find them all on our channel. Right now, they're around like 45 minutes long. I try to make them shorter, but there's a lot of information coming out, so that's probably where they're going to be every night. But if you guys could go watch those, make sure you press the like button and leave comments, because that lets others know that the video is out there. It's a doozy. It's a doozy. Good morning, Mama Llama. Good morning. I don't know what's going on with my camera today. The blue smoke monster's still around. I don't know. I've changed nothing. It was there last night when I was recording. It's our new friend, the blue smoke monster. So we should name it. Maybe that's what we'll do today for fun. You know, I love naming things. Lady in Gray says, I can't believe she's going to have to do 2 days of cross, but at least she gets it over with and she's done. Yeah, Cassie, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, who had filed a lawsuit for him. She's been on the stand since Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, Tuesday afternoon. Cross is today, and they said they expect it to last through Friday. And she's like pregnant. Can't imagine sitting on that stand. Hold on just a second. I got to see why my little llama isn't out here getting ready for school. Just a second. Uno momento. I should probably wait to start this till after he goes to school from now on. He's usually good about getting going in the morning, but this morning he's been, teenagers. Anyway, it's a doozy. So if everyone can go watch that after we're done today, I would most appreciate it. And I'll be recording another one tonight and dropping that later in the evening. It seems to take a lot more work than we realized to put it together, but we're going to stick with it and do it. Anyway, how are y'all doing tonight? I got lots of sleep last night, so I am feeling better today. Again, we have Alessi doing cross this morning. I'm really excited about it. I think the worst thing this lady did was give Alessi more time to come up with more questions, because he is a smart cookie. He is so smart and does it in such an interesting way. I love that guy. Oh my goodness. You guys, I apologize. Just a second. Just sing some music to yourself real quick, okay? Okay, sorry. Between getting little Llama out the door and the dogs coming in, sorry. I try not to just leave you guys, but things happen. It's busy mornings at the Llama household. Have your day, okay? Bye. Yeah, right. Okay, never mind. Anyway, Lady and Grace says not to take attention away from the comfy couch, but Andrea Burkhart's response to Leslie last night is a must see. It starts at about 6 minutes and 30 on her show. People should watch if they get a chance. Yeah, I do enjoy Andrea Burkhart. Familiar with her. I didn't watch her a lot before, but I watched her a lot when she was attending the Richard Allen trial, the Delphi murders case. I watch her coverage every night. She is such a thorough note taker and knows her stuff. I enjoy Andrea. She's lovely. So yeah, don't check it out right now because we're live, but later tonight, definitely I'm gonna watch it. So I'm all about promoting other people. There's a ton of fascinating people on YouTube. Sorry guys, very dry mouth and not enough coffee yet. But Zoe, I'm gonna need you to go lay down, ma'am. You have to go check it out. I'll check it out tonight. All right, you guys, if you haven't yet liked this video, please do, so it lets everybody know where the party's at. And that's how things work on YouTube, apparently. And then if you're new, subscribe and hit the notification bell. Oh, and tonight, I forgot, I have some stuff I need to finish up. But tonight, I'm going to be on as a guest co-host with Terry True Crime on True Crime and Wine Time at 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh boy, I'm going to have a busy day today. I just realized that. Anyway, though, I'm going to be on at 9 p.m. tonight, and we are talking about Inside the Mind of a Necrophile, the Karen Greenlee story, and bring your bark bags. That's all I have to say about that. Bring your bark bags because it's something. It's something, and it's weird. But, you know, I enjoy, like, you don't really get to see in the minds of a lot of people, especially necrophiles, which may be for a good reason. Okay, but I have morbid curiosity. And I know we're going to be reading role play reading an interview that she gave in the early 80s about it. And her words, you guys, her words. It's going to be something. So yeah, that's 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Me and Terry True Crime, who you see on the show sometimes. Let's see, what else do we have going on? Yeah, there's the little reminder. So yeah, definitely hit that notification bell so you don't miss when that goes live. You guys are going to have so much stuff to watch today. We got court all day today. You got to watch my Diddy update videos, True Crime and Wine Time. You guys are going to have all the fun today. Oh my goodness. Oh. Anywho, here we are. Does any of my ex-users know who else might have shown up to court that they think might be on the stand today? Because I'm curious who it's going to be. Yesterday they had the niece testify. I believe I heard the nephew didn't, but I could be wrong about that. The niece testified. We didn't see it because there was no audio and video. And then there were like two other CSI kind of guys. One for fingerprints, who found no fingerprints in the passenger side compartment. And it seemed like that was the only place they looked for fingerprints, which was weird. And of course they would be in the car even if they did find some. So I don't know why he was even called. And then the guy after him, he took like photos when they were excavating the scene on, I want to say the 3rd, maybe. He took some photos, but again, I don't even know why he was there. It was 2 big nothing burgers. They were just like, no. And Llama will be sending her cape for cleaning this weekend. She's super warm. I don't know about that. And I think Elbow Feet can confirm. I don't know about all the cleaning. Tired enough. No, actually, we do need to do our living room because We got another desk because right now Elbow Feet and I share the same desk. And he likes to play his games. And now I'm even busier doing recordings of the Diddy coverage. So anyway, we got another desk for me that we had to set up. And in order to do that, we have to get rid of some of our living room furniture, which is fine. We don't really use the living room anyway, except for computer stuff. And we haven't been able to do it because we got all that rain for like 5-10 days or something crazy. So maybe we'll do that this weekend and set up my new desk area. I say that now, but I don't know. I think we're supposed to get storms today too, and tomorrow. Well, farts. Anyway, Lady in Gray says, Karen, Reed detractors have been saying for years that John's fingerprints were on the inside of the taillight. That was clearly debunked yesterday. Why would they be like what? Like he like grabbed in there with all the broken stuff? I don't know. I don't understand how it could have happened and there not be like damage on his body. Like, so this taillight comes into contact with him, shatters, flies everywhere, only cuts up his arm very deeply, and yet nothing was embedded into his skin. Like, doesn't make sense. And it went through 2 articles of clothing. Well, no, wait. He had a t-shirt on and then like a hoodie, zip-up sweater kind of thing. Doesn't make any sense to me. Good morning, Simone. Good morning. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good night to move stuff. I'm not moving stuff tonight. Mom, you're crazy. Did you not just listen to anything I just said, Mom? I got a busy day of shows all day. No, I'm just kidding. But it is supposed to storm. But okay, it's not until tonight. That's good. Good to know. Oh my goodness, Zoe. What are you doing? Oh, she's something else this morning. Tell you what. Oh, she's lucky I love her. That's all I gotta say about that. Oh boy. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. What else? How was your guys this evening? How was that? Good, I hope. I've given up hope. It does not know how not to rain around here. You all got that Ohio weather, I've heard, in that area of the country. It was for us for several days, and now I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the weather going to you guys. Oh, Simone, you're so nice. She says it's always a great day with you guys, and it's always a great day when we have you in it too. And all of our new people that have joined us and got to be in the chat. I love all your guys' comments and commentary and your thoughts on this case, because we all see different things. Excuse me. Oh, blue smoke monster's there again. Oh, so it's coming from that side of me. Well, that's okay. Well, there's ghost in this story anyway, right? Oh, yeah. What was the deal with the ferret blood? So, the DNA lady that was on, CSI lady, I don't know what else. She does a bunch of different things. But she tried testing the clothing and they couldn't rule out primate blood or ferret blood, or they found something weird that we're all hoping, unless he did not ask about yesterday, but we're hoping he brings it up today. Why is there ferret blood? Why are we even talking about ferrets? Chat thought maybe there would be werewolves, but there was not full moon that night. Because we've seen Sallyport ghost. What was the other paranormal? Oh, well, we watched Trooper Paul's testimony from trial 1, and he was all like, the crime scene spoke to me. So we have some clairvoyance apparently. Oh my gosh, what a mess. Oh, and when we talked about the reflection photo of the glass, on the bumper. Okay, you guys, it is just laying there. Like, it's like this big, and it's just laying on it. All right, it's not in the crevice or, something like that. It's just lightly laying on top. And she's like, yeah, I put a sticker down here for this one and a sticker for the other one. And that's when Alessi was like, ma'am, that is a reflection, clearly. All right, he pointed out how the V was wrong. But anyway, so this glass had apparently been there. That's what prosecution wants you to believe, from the time Karen allegedly hit John. And it stays there from her drive from 34 Fairview to John's house. Then what John's to Carrie's to Jen's, back to John's house. And then later that day, from John's house to her parents' house. And then they tow it to Canton PD. And wind is between like 15 and 30 something miles an hour. And they want you to believe that that piece of glass stayed in that spot the whole time. No, it did not. And then, the hair, you guys, the hair. Apparently they found one tiny little piece of hair, one single strand of who they say is John's hair on the back of her car underneath the bumper, right? Another doozy with pictures, because there's two pictures of this car. And one is straightforward, one is like slightly taken from this angle. It's barely a difference, okay? And the hair is different in each one. Okay, so in the one photo, it's like this kind of claw shape, right? Like that. All right. And then in the second one, it is like a C. And I think it's facing the other way. Yeah, it was facing the other way. And this lady's just like, no, it's shot from a different angle. That's why it looks like that. No, that is not how that works. It's not how that works, lady. So I'm so excited to see her on the stand again today. Oh my goodness. Yes, the ferret talk was new. The ferret talk was new. The reflection thing was new for you guys as well. I heard that watched the first trial. They did not bring that up at all. So they must have just discovered that. Simone says she did that on purpose to sway the jury. Yeah. Good morning, Golly. Good morning, babes. Simone says, I didn't watch the first trial, but I'll tell you what, none of this makes sense. I agree, babe. I did not watch it either. And I don't even know what's happening. None of it makes any sense to me. The timeline, they've done a horrible job. By they, I mean the prosecution. The witnesses being out of order. Ooh, the ceiling fan is up. Yay. The witnesses are out of order. I hear they're not going to be calling major witnesses because it does make them look bad, because some people were really bad at their jobs. And by that, I mean disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. That guy. Excuse me. A lady in gray says, Andrea said last night that a lot of Alessi's questions that were objected to weren't meant for the witness, but the jury. So they thought about it. So they think about it. Oh, yes. The defense is so good about doing it. Like, they know they're not allowed to ask certain things, but I mean, it's a common tactic, they're so good at it though. Lady in Gray also says it doesn't make any sense, this trial, nor did the first time. I can't even believe this is happening. They just needed to replace Chloe with Miss Ferret. Yes. Yes. Chloe is the dog of Albert, who it's believed that what's on his arm is actually dog bites, and that he was attacked by Chloe, the family dog, who immediately disappeared, and they got rid of. And they had this dog for like 6 years or something like that. A German Shepherd who was training to be a police dog, and she did not make the cut. It's not meant for everybody. But they kept her, and they kept her for 6.5 years. And then after this, they got rid of her. sent her to a farm in Vermont. And apparently Chloe does not go by Chloe anymore, but goes by Cora. After, how old is she? 6.5, 7 years old, and you just given her a whole new name? Suspicious. Suspicious. Oh yeah, and then when the niece was testifying yesterday, we watched some of Brian Higgins' testimony from the first trial because we don't know if they're going to call him. The defense is pointing all their fingers at Brian Higgins. Prosecution, they're trying to not even bring him up. But he said that he left the Alberts between 12:30 and 1, and he didn't know if he went home or if he went back to the Canton PD station. And then he said, oh yeah, I was there. I was moving some cars around, apparently his personal vehicles. I don't know why he had more than one there, but okay. And to do some administrative work. That's what he said in trial number 1. In this trial, Buchanan, Sergeant Buchanan, who he was something, that guy, said that Brian Higgins went to Canton PD to move cars around, blah, 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 blah. Defense, when Buchanan's on the stand, pulls out a video from Canton PD around the time that Brian Higgins showed up, which was around 1:30-ish, give or take 5 minutes either way. Don't remember, but it was around that time for sure. So he was definitely off on what he testified to in the first trial. And he didn't move shit. He didn't move no cars. Instead, he took stuff from his Jeep and put it in another vehicle. And then I think got into another vehicle. I don't know. It was very weird. He did not move anything except from items from one car to another. And I think that there was part of that video that was just missing. I don't remember if it was significant, but it seemed like a significant amount of time was missing from that. And he's seen then walking outside with a phone up to his ear. Well, we don't hold phones like that anymore, but with a phone up to his ear. Maybe like that. How do we all hold phones? Anyway. Oh, like that now. That's what we do. And I think that's supposed to go into Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, the homeowner, apparently exchanged some phone calls that apparently they both claimed were butt dials to each other, that they answered but didn't answer in the first trial. But they haven't told us any of that in this trial. So there's that. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. Good morning. Lady in Gray says he was drinking all day, drove home from the funeral in New York City, then went drinking into the house, and we are to think he went back to the office to do admin work. Yeah, well, according to him, admin work also includes moving cars. These people don't know how the definitions to anything. Relationships, friendships, butt dials, admin work. They have their own weird definitions there. Simone says, because Chloe has a bite history and possibly damaged John, why would they allow Chloe to be placed out again, knowing the health risk to the public? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just all very, very weird. Very weird. Good morning, elbow feet. Good morning. Let's see. Lady in Gray says, I forgot that Higgins claimed to have 3 vehicles there. The Jeep, his personal vehicle, and his work undercover vehicle. Oh, so that was the other vehicle. That's a lot of vehicles, but okay. That should be wee hours. I'm kidding. Oh, anyway, it's gonna be an interesting day, I think. It's always interesting when the cross starts in the morning. And I'm happy to see Alessi. Y'all were right. I would like him, and I do. He's very clever. Very clever. Oh, excuse me. Oh, boy. Good morning, Nikki D. Good morning. Glad to see you here again today. Love that. Hope you're doing well this morning. Lady in Gray says, well, they might all have been his, but we don't know that yet, do we? No, that's true. I feel like defense should have pointed that out when they showed us the video. Maybe they couldn't at the time because they haven't brought Higgins in. But we know from his previous testimony, that's what he said was there. So, because I thought it was weird. I didn't watch the first trial either, guys. And when I saw him I was like, why is he getting other people's cars? Like, this is weird. But, oh, it's not weird because it turns out they're his vehicles too. Yes, and this is what their Commonwealth represents. Come on, I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, I mean, they just think everyone is stupid and will believe all of this nonsense or be okay with it. It doesn't matter really what you believe. This investigation's a freaking joke. It's a joke and it's embarrassing and shameful. And I don't understand why we're even here. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Karen hit him or didn't hit him. I don't think she hit him, you guys. I don't think that's what really happened here. But we haven't heard from a medical examiner yet. So we'll see. Because the Commonwealth ain't calling the ME who autopsied John's body. They're not calling her because, as Lieutenant or disgraced former Trooper Proctor said, she's a nutcase, or what did she say? A nut job. Something like that. He is such a classy guy. It's funny that he thinks that of her, but I bet he didn't disagree with her on her findings of other cases. Or did he? Oh, whack job. I think it was whack job. Ugh. Ugh, them and their words. He didn't call her the C word that time, but, you know, he was thinking it. Good morning, RTC. Good morning. Our lovely friend from Canada. Good morning. So happy to have you here. But like, how is he going to call her that? How is the Commonwealth going to be like, oh, we're not bringing her because she doesn't agree with their story? But I bet they rely on all of her findings any other time, but not this one. Interesting, right? But I think the defense is going to be calling her because what if you were on the jury, okay, and you find out that the prosecution didn't call a whole bunch of witnesses that you were expecting to hear from, right? As a juror, I'd be expecting to hear, especially from Proctor. I'd want to hear from the ME. I'd want to hear about, some crash expert from the Commonwealth, which apparently they hired one and aren't going to be using Trooper Paul. That guy. Oh boy. Oh man, he was something else, wasn't he? That poor guy. Poor guy. So I think the defense might call them, but if the defense calls them, what would you think as a juror? Be like, why are they hiding even more stuff? Because the jury now knows, okay, they've seen the Sally Port inverted video. Okay, so there's like, okay, there's some fuckery going on here. And then yesterday, they probably felt lied to or deceived by the lady that's on the stand. I cannot remember her name. Maureen Hartnett, that's her name. Tried to pull off that this was a legit photo and that it was actually just a reflection of the thing, and she doesn't want to say so. As a juror, I would be like, what? I can't believe anything you guys put in front of my face at this point in time. Oh, so weird. Simone says, what is so pathetic is people like Allie McCabe and their peers there are not being properly guided in the right path. By their own standards, they perpetrated this dilemma and added insult to injury. Yeah, everybody is just making this so much more difficult than it wouldn't be this way if there wasn't shenanigans going about, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But there seems to be a lot of shenanigans all over the place at this point. I've never seen anything like this. And I've seen some bad investigations and trials. This is something else. Oh, let me make sure this isn't muted. Okay, it's not. We're not there yet though, guys. I learned a new hashtag last night. Hashtag WTFAWDH. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means at all. I'm guessing what the fuck I don't know. What does it mean? Share with the class, Lady in Gray. Educate us today, please and thank you. Oh, wow. Okay. Should be starting. It's 9:03. They never start on time. And we know what Auntie Bev's going to do. She's going to be like, Council, I'd like to see you at sidebar every freaking morning. Excuse me. If you're just joining us, please hit that like button so everybody knows we're live and where the party's at, because I think it's going to be a party today. What the F are we doing here? Oh, okay. Let's bring it back up. What the F are we doing here? Okay. Now look at that. We all learned something this morning. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. I love learning new things. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you guys. It is going to be a day. Get it together, Amos. You act like you were up late last night. She was doing a great job editing the newest Diddy recap that we did last night, which is really good. I watched it. Amy, thank you. You did a great job. Good job with that. Thank you for editing out all my bloopers. Oh my goodness. You guys, I was very burpy when we were recording Diddy last night. I could not stop burping because I drank a Pepsi because my mouth was all dry, and apparently it made me very burpy. There was lots of it. And Amy, the wonderful editor, took care of that for me. Oh, I'm sure that those, though, might make an appearance for our next members only later this month, which, by the way, if you guys are not members of the channel, you can click the join button. There's different tiers, so whatever you can afford. If you can't afford, our chat does give people memberships. There's a way to turn on gifts. You have to do that. I don't remember how. It's been a long time since I've done that, but you can turn on gifts, and maybe one of our lovely chatters who gift memberships all the time will gift you one. But anyway, so we do member only lives. Those are usually pretty fun. There's usually secrets told. It's just like a hangout thing, but we do other things as well. When Terry does in-person live shows, even though you can't make it to the live in-person show, we will stream them to our members only. There's other content that'll be coming out soon too for members. So, and you get to use the fun emojis. Oh God, I'm gonna stop pointing at things. I'm never gonna figure it out. But you get to use some of the really cool emojis that you see the other chatters use. So there's all sorts of fun little benefits if you want to become a member. It's the best way to support the channel. Because we spend a lot of time and energy doing all this, and although we love it, we love doing this, it helps out a lot because it does get a little pricey to run certain things. So we appreciate all of our members and even our non-members. Even, believe me, just hitting the like button and sharing this video is actually priceless. All right, so if you can't afford to be a member, that's okay. We love you. Turn on the gifts. Maybe you'll gift one. Otherwise, just like and share the video, and that would be awesome. That would be super awesome. Okay. Did I say good morning to you, Bobby, already? If not, good morning. Good morning. Lady in Gray says, good job, Amos. Great job on editing the Diddy stuff. How both of you did that. Yeesh. Mad respect. Ooh. It's something. That guy is a P.O.S. Do not like that guy. Oh, it turns out I'm still burpy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm only human. You're going to find I'm a very candid person. I'm just a normal person like everybody else. Good morning, 80s. Good morning. He says, hey, everyone. Hope you all are amazing. See what I did there, Llama? Kicked me out. I stole her outro. Oh, that's great. Thank you, 80s. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, my. I love that. Okay, Court, can we get started today? Oh, I see some closed caption happening. Let's see. Okay, did that work? No. There we go. Oh, look at that fan. Our BFF only fan. Okay. And let's see. We're gonna have what's her face? We're gonna have that lady on. And what is today? Day 16 of this. Okay. Oh, look, there's our cute little pets. They're so cute. I'll delete day 15 so we don't accidentally put that up there later. So that'll happen. Ooh. Let's see. Yeah. RTC said, that's my favorite fan. I know, right? We're all like besties with the fan. I feel like it knows us and we know the fan. Just going in circles every day. I love it. Thank you, Sam, who just gifted a membership. Oh, that reminds me, I need to pull up the chat so we can run some polls today. Okay, if you guys want to run any polls today, you just let me know what you want me to put up as a poll. I'm going to try to get better about it, but we all know Llama is not the greatest at multitasking. I mean, I'm getting much better. If you guys saw how many windows are open on my computer right now, you would understand. You would understand. It's a mess. Okay. I don't need to hear my own voice. I don't need that to happen. Mute, please. Okay. Just a second. I want to make sure I get the chat so we can do that. Who got it? Oh, T-Dub, aka Cecil, is the one who was gifted a membership by Sam. Awesome. Well, welcome to the member club. Thank you. All right, pop out that chat so I can do some polls later. But yeah, if you want to see any, you just let me know. And we'll do some fun things today. Oh, we do fun things every day, but anyway. Someone says the headline should read, Karen Reed has been accused of a crime, and in her defense, she will be proven innocent. Yeah, right. She shouldn't have to prove. So, like, the burden of proof is not on the defense, it's on the state. But it really is. The defense is putting everything forward that I don't know if I would say that she's innocent quite yet. I'm very much, because there's still some other people I want to hear, such as the Emmy and whatever. I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to say, but I want to hear it first before I'm like, yeah, for sure. But I am like very close to being like, okay, yeah, no, I don't think that's what happened. I'll say this for a fact, though. No way would I vote second degree murder. No freaking way. So I don't think the jury's gonna go with that either. Good morning, Sam. Good morning. Well, that's true, Lady in Gray. Well, she is innocent. She has to be proven guilty. Yeah, that is how it goes, right? But a lot of people forget that and are like, oh, well, you're here. You must be guilty. Now I need to hear why you are not guilty, right? But every defendant is innocent until proven guilty. But a lot of people seem to forget that. So, how are you feeling, Chad? How many of you are like, I think she's completely innocent? How many of you are like, I don't even know what happened, but I wouldn't vote guilty? Or are there any people in here that think, yeah, she's guilty, she did this? And if you do think that way, that's okay. That's okay. You're allowed to have that opinion. We're all allowed to have our own opinions. I'm curious as to what everyone's perspective of this whole thing is, you know? Oh, watch it. Council, can I see all that sidebar?
now open and seated.
You are unmuted.
I was told counsel wanted to see me. Okay.
Oh my gosh. You guys. How did I know that? Oh my goodness. How did we know? Because it's that every freaking morning. We're 12 minutes late, and then it's like, let's have a slide bar. Anyway, let's see. A Nikki D says 100% innocent, guilty of drinking and driving, and poor taste in men. Yeah, I do think she's going to be found guilty of the drinking and driving. I mean, that is very apparent. And in her own words from that one interview, it's not good. Sorry. But if that's all she gets out of this, then that's okay. You want to take that, girl, because I think she's facing what, 40 to life? If she gets second-degree murder, I'm not sure exactly on those numbers, but I do feel like life is in this, which is crazy. I don't know what the manslaughter sentencing is there. It can be different in certain areas, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I think she's gonna get the drinking and driving for sure. Lady in Gray says she has too much reasonable doubt from the grossly inept investigation that convict her. Yeah, that's where I am right now. But I do think I will probably end up on the, okay, she didn't freaking do this at all. This is ridiculous. Let's see. Simone says, well, others were drinking and driving. Yes, they were. Pretty much freaking everybody. All of them cops. I think they should all be charged with it, but I'm like, that's ever going to happen. But again, if that's what she gets, then that is much better than anything. So, let's see. Oof. I'm not a fan of that dress her sister's wearing. Is that her sister? I'm assuming it's her sister. I don't even know if she has one. I know she has a brother. So I'm not sure who that lady is. I like it now. Maybe it'll grow on me. Okay. Oh, that's all right. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Is that an option? Just the DUI charge? I believe so. I could be wrong. I can look up the charges later. Somebody can send them to me or something, but I believe it's second-degree murder, a variety of lesser included manslaughters to choose from, and then I think a separate DUI, OMB, I don't know what they call them. They call them different all over the place. So I do think that it's separate, but I could be wildly wrong about that. So, oh, never mind. I've been stand corrected. Hold on, let's read this first. I can't use the non-DUI test that isn't supposed to be used for legal purposes to say she was legally drunk. However, it is obvious she was drinking right along with everyone else. Oh yeah, I'm not including the blood math lady at all. She wasn't even given accurate information to come to that conclusion correctly. So blood math lady, I'm not even factoring in. The only reason I would think that is from watching her in the bar videos and her own words from the interview she did with her drink math that didn't make any sense. Oh, so there is no separate DUI standalone charge. They're only paired with the manslaughter. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. So I talked out my butt a little bit. Okay. Well, then, see, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. Because then you have to say, yeah, she was drunk and she hit John. Not just that she was just drunk. That's interesting. Okay. See, not all states do the lesser included. I don't like the idea of lesser included, meaning you have other options to choose from besides the main one. Okay. Which in this case is second-degree murder. Because, in my opinion, the prosecution should pick one thing and go for it. They shouldn't have, if they can't prove the one, that's on them. They should only charge what they have the evidence for to prove that somebody's guilty. You don't get all these other different options because you didn't actually have what you needed to secure the charge that you put out in the first place. Not all states do lesser included. I think it's a cop out. But that's just my opinion. Why does the person in the blue dress look plastic? Is it a dude dressed like a lady? Okay. It's DUI manslaughter or something. Okay, something like that. Okay. Well, Karen dropped off. Can't talk today. Well, Karen dropped John off at the Alberts. She wasn't pulled over. That's true. That's true. I suppose. I don't know how that works. Cops have to catch you to get a DUI. Well, but if that's the case, then how are they pairing the DUI up with the manslaughter? I'm confused. Interesting. I'm going to think about that. Very interesting. Don't go chasing the waterfall. Oh boy. These people drink so much. It's crazy. They talk about drinking all the time. They go out drinking all the time, even when they're supposed to get bad weather. I know that it was a celebration night. There was a birthday and John sneezed. So you are not going outside right now, ma'am. No, it's not happening. Go lay down, please. Thank you. Every day. She's already been out like 4 times in the last hour. In case anyone thinks I'm neglecting my pets, I promise you I'm not. She's already been outside 4 times since 8 o'clock this morning, so she is fine. She's fine. Okay. Anywho, so we're going to have Maureen Hartnett back on the stand with a Leslie Cross. I can't wait. Lady in Gray says, I don't think it is technically DUI with manslaughter. I think it is manslaughter while under the influence of liquor. Bev insisted the word liquor be used as opposed to alcohol. Really? Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it's not a DUI. It's just that she was under the influence. It doesn't have anything to do with her driving. Interesting. But why liquor? Oh, you posted them in Discord? Okay, thank you, Angie. Give me just a second. I'm going to go look this up. I'm going to let my annoying dogs outside real quick. So be right back.
You are unmuted.
Okay, back just in time. I hear noises. Oh yes, Nikki D, there's always so much to learn. Always. Been watching trials a long time and I'm always learning new things because it really does vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It's wild. Right, they do. For the second degree murder, I think they do.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Hear ye.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us over at Sunbar. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or
True.
investigation into this case?
That's true,
Everyone
Simone.
said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you.
Just in time,
May we have Ms.
Sam.
Hartnett, please?
Oh, thank you, Bobby B. Good morning, buddy. Good morning. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you, Bobby. Love that. Oh, you're so nice. All right, let's watch Maureen Hartnett get demolished by Alessi. Oh,
I'll remind you, you're still in.
Mistake Thursday? Yeah, it's
Good
Thursday.
morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay, gonna go get some coffee real quick.
Go right ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk? Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday?
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about
Good morning, Kathy.
shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you...
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is the, what color would you like to call that t-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange t-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange t-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just if
I'm
you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you
apologies.
could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items of these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to, thank you, and my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I label the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct, I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out, you just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published? And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this. And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on, but if Ms. Hartnett needs it, you'll just let us know.
I don't think storing them in the same bag is a good idea.
The evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I forgot my slippers.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolk, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, or excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain
Oh, I forgot about the subtitles.
the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence, generally?
Generally,
Me too.
wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of,
Sirens. Love that sound in the morning.
do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we could now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful.
I know, right, Inch?
Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups,
True.
I submitted the swabs.
the drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD,
I submitted that item.
the two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes,
And by whom?
by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew about, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by, you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct, I had no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab, that is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'll
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please.
I love him so much. Ooh, Tuttle. What do you think they're talking about? Ooh, I like that lady's glasses. Did you see her glasses? My God.
So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my
Oh.
questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
I'm a little sad. Are you guys a little sad? I'm a little sad. Okay. I agree. All right, Brennan, what you got for us? How you going to handle this reflection thing? Hmm?
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay?
It's important. It's important. He's like, oh, that guy. That guy. Remember, she said she had never received anything like blood in a solo cup before. So, ooh, interesting. Interesting, huh? All right. Oh, hello, Gary Jones. Good morning to you. Thank you for being here. Amazing how quickly she stopped using her notes. I was hoping he was going to bring up the reflection thing a few more times, but I guess maybe he can't do that since he did it all yesterday. But yeah, it's not. Everybody there is a mess. Yes, they did. The worst. And these people also have
The
their jobs.
coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I did not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on,
Right.
other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125.
Oh God, these guys are freaking horrible. It is 2025, 2022 when this happened. This looks straight out of like 1991. Unless
We
the old
stop that,
cop
please?
car doesn't help. But like, what is happening?
And can you see that's 5:51:54
Is it the Predator?
p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking
Okay.
of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702.
Right, is this in the title credits of Yellow Jackets over here? No return. Return.
And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast
Saw
forward, please.
it.
Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could, close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57.
We're all
57,
overqualified,
57.
Simone.
Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay, and do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Go.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down, you were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item of evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm
So
just looking
you
for anything
probably-
that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I'm gonna move. No, don't
Further,
stop.
Mr. Lissi?
Briefly, Your Honor.
I'm gonna move this up above her head so that way it doesn't cut off when I bring up comments.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147 C republished.
I haven't heard the word Rufus in a very long time.
Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman.
I-
147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted
Okay.
to correct something from the record yesterday. I
Oh.
wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Leslie asked me the
Okay.
question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that. I don't know if that's allowed. To be like, oh, by the way, everybody pointed out something I said wrong yesterday, probably. And I'm going to change what I said because it made me not look good. If it's, oh, it's clearly a reflection, then okay, that would be great. I'd love to hear that. But I don't think you can really go back and re-correct something, but we'll see. I don't know if I've ever heard somebody ask that in a trial, like after, like the next day or anything like that. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. Oh my goodness. Well, while we're here, if you guys haven't yet, please like this video. Let everybody know where the party's at. It's here in Couch Court with Llama. Let's see here. What is chat saying? Uh-oh, indeed. Uh-oh, indeed. As soon as they said I was done, I would be halfway to my car. What is she doing? Exactly.
All right, so Ms. Hartnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
you, though.
Yeah, that is inappropriate. Yeah. Sorry, girl.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scortibella.
Okay.
Dr. Scortibella. Well, I'm going to have to, I can't trust closed caption to spell that right. Who's this person? Scortibella. Oh, I don't have my witness list. Hold on. There we go. All right. Who is this person? Oh, I'm glad I looked this up. Oh, shit. Is this the ME? You guys? I think this is the ME. Yes. They are calling the ME. They're like, uh-oh. Okay.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Okay, great. My list says that this person's either from Good Sam or the medical examiner, but I believe she's the OG. Ooh, yeah, that's who it is. Yeah. Oh, I think it's the whack job. Like, I'm pretty sure that's who that is. Because I remember looking up that name before, and I was like, oh, that's an interesting name. Yeah, Scortibello. Ooh, love it. Bum bum. Bevel call lunch. Oh wow. Okay. So it was rumored that they weren't gonna call. Yeah. Oh, he had thoughts. He had thoughts. She has a whack job. As you know. Yeah, I think so. I could be wrong. You guys know from the first trial probably more than I do, but I feel like I've seen this exact name mentioned as hers, but I could be entirely wrong. Because it's either she's the ME or who else is green here? Gary Fowler. That doesn't sound like a female. Justin Rice doesn't sound like a female. Renee Stonebridge, I guess that could be her, but I'm pretty sure it's Irene Scortibello. Is it Bella or Bello? Oh, it's an O. Did I put an O or an A on my banner? Oh, I put an A. I think it's an O. Ooh.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her whole name is fun to say.
Someone swear the evidence given to court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Thank you. Good morning, doctor. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irene Scortibello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
So.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's, in general, what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the 2 of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, et cetera. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, And then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes,
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy,
And can you just very basically describe each one of them?
some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission, I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before
Oh,
you
that was a lessee.
begin an autopsy,
I think a
do
lessee
you
to cross
seek
it.
any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
This time I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay.
Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time I'd move for identification all
KK for ID.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS autopsy photos for identification.
May I just have an understanding of the evidence?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, move this into evidence and ask for the instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 126.
I don't think we're going to see these. They usually don't show those. But we do have them on our Discord server, the Courtyard, and our Karen Reed
Mr. Kenneth,
file.
could you show the jury?
So you can always join our Discord and see them there. They're not overly graphic, but
Doctor,
you
can
know.
you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. Could you come down just a little bit? Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Could we move that down a little bit,
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
Okay. There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters.
Sorry, babes.
Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Will this is evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Okay.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises, could you point those out for us?
Yes, there's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far, regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark, scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159. Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his fourth and fifth ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 160.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes,
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of
Thank you, JT.
injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes?
15 or 20 minutes, which means 40 minutes in Beth's courtroom. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like the purple. Thank you. All right. Okay, so a lot of, people, the Emmy is not their favorite part, which I get. I find it all really fascinating because I could never do that job, ever. And what I found interesting, because a lot of you know I've been waiting to hear from the Emmy about her findings, and it doesn't feel to me like he was hit by a car. The only damage really done, significant damage done to his torso, was from resuscitation from Jen and Carrie and Karen all gave him CPR. And CPR is not pretty on the body when it's performed. It's not like in the movies where somebody does CPR and then they're just up and running. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad stuff. So I thought that was interesting. It doesn't, she didn't say that there was any other internal damage yet. I mean, maybe we might get into that after the break because they're just now starting to get into the internal damage. I would expect that there would be some broken ribs and whatever if he was hit by a car, but I guess we'll see. But it looks like that laceration on the back of his head was probably, and the skull fracture in the brain blade, that was probably his cause of death there, that's for sure. What do you guys think about it? And there was bruising on his hand. All right, the one up here, his hand, was from like IVs and medical stuff, But then he had some on his knuckles. Did you guys see the little, I think it was the middle one and the one next to it? I thought that was interesting. And did they say there was similar things on his left hand? I felt like he said that, but then I got distracted. And didn't pay attention for like a couple minutes. So maybe I missed if there was anything on his left hand. But it looks like all the damage is on the right side of his body. So that's very interesting. I would think that there would be bruises from all over his right arm. So Right, defense wounds, maybe. On the knuckles, I'm sure. I think that's what you're referring to. I mean, I would think so. Shanka says, I did CPR on a guy at the American Legion. When I saw him a few months later, he was still alive, but he had 4 broken ribs and a cracked sternum. I felt bad, but they thanked me for saving him. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. It's exactly what happens when you give someone CPR. And it can be painful to recover from, so I've been told, because you really got to put your whole, again, whatever you see in the movies, it's not pretty in real life. There's a reason why a lot of people in the medical field, doctors and nurses, one of the reasons that many of them have a do not resuscitate clause. So think about that. The people in the field are like, nope, I don't want to go through what all that means. I think it's interesting. Terry says, I still say, in my vet opinion, the arm has bites, not injury from a car. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they match up with even a broken taillight is going to do that all over his arm from top to bottom. It just, so weird. That's true. They do say to sing the song Staying Alive in your head when doing CPR. Yes. Yes. Yeah, they say it's exhausting to do CPR. I imagine it would be. They say it's one of the most labor intensive things to keep going. A lot of people can only go for a few minutes. But there's a reason I'm not in the medical field. Now, speaking of medical examiners and morticians, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be a guest co-host on Terry True Crime and Wine Time tonight. And we're going to go inside the mind of a necrophile, the Karen Greenlee story, and you might look at morticians a little differently after that. So, but yeah, you should join us there, Couch Potatoes, afterwards. Your lovely lady here will be there. Yes, there's all the info for you guys tonight, 9 p.m. I think I said p.m. the first time. Anyway, 9 p.m. Eastern. That's where we'll be, right here on this channel. So make sure you like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, do all those fun things. Do they have a time of death? I don't think, medically speaking, they do. But I haven't heard of one, and it might be hard to tell because they had to warm up the body to declare a time of death. So I don't even know if that's entirely accurate. I hear it can be hard to determine sometimes. I don't know if they checked armpits. By the way, if you guys did not watch the Murdaugh trial, that's what the coroner did to try to get a body temperature, was stick his hand in the armpit, which was interesting. But there's other ways they get the temperature, and I don't blame them for not doing that. So, oh, you have a surprise for tonight. Oh my, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. I don't know if I should be excited, nervous, scared. I don't know. It will be a fun time. I agree. Yeah, I don't think they really know. So when a body's found outside, the elements can play a factor into the whole thing, right? If it's too cold, the body does different things. If it's too hot, it can do different things. If it's found in water, a whole different thing. So I don't know if they would be able to determine that. But oh goodness. Oh, be prepared. Oh, that sounds ominous. That sounds very ominous. All right. Well, everybody should tune in at 9 p.m. tonight to see Llama just be like, oh man, why do I keep saying yes? I'm just kidding. No, it'll be a fun time. We always have a fun time. Oh goodness. What do you guys think of the medical examiner? We all thought they weren't going to call her. And they did, which I think is a good thing. Because if they didn't and the defense did, it was not going to look good for them. I think she sounds everything she said on the stand is all stuff I've heard in every other trial. They always bring an ME or pathologist, somebody in forensic pathology, and she's saying and going about things all the way I've ever heard things go. I think Alessi is doing the cross, would be my guess, because I did hear him object, and he's kind of like Alessi, the science guy. I don't think, maybe he'll have something to like show her not credible, but I think they're going to use this opportunity to talk about how much it's not like a pedestrian struck by a vehicle situation. So that's what I think is going to happen. You tried to, you guys are trying to get Bobby. Does the link still work? Did you guys check the link to make sure? Okay. Let's see. I saw somebody. Oh yeah, the pit expert. Y'all remember that? That was a wild time. Yeah, I think Brennan realized he had to call the ME too, for sure. Yes, it all depends on the environmental factors at play. I'm sorry I keep saying that. We'll get you worked out eventually. It's very strange. Yeah, they had to bring her. I wonder if they're still going to have another expert come in. I don't know. Or maybe defense will. I don't know. We love Llama and Terry together. Thank you. Okay, Polly, thank you for checking. The link still works. Sometimes there's problems with it. So, Angie says it was weird. The original jeans pick from trial 1 had pocket intact, but this trial it's ripped or cut. What? Really? That is interesting. That is very interesting, Angie. You need breakfast? I got €2 to eat for lunch today, and I am very excited about that. I had euros last night, and I told Albuffy, I was like, how about you go ahead and pick me up 2 more for lunch tomorrow? I know you're jealous, Polly. I know. That's what I'll be having for lunch today. What about all you guys? They're talking Discord stuff. Also, the last 2 nights I've dropped recordings covering the Sean Diddy Combs trial going on, U.S. versus Diddy Combs. And I've been reading the live updates for you all. So if you haven't checked that out, please do. And definitely like it so it can get out there more for people to see. I will say it's there's a lot of violence, a lot of sexual deviant themes. It's not probably for everybody, but it is very interesting to hear right now on the stand. It says ex Cassie Ventura. They're supposed to be doing cross today, so I feel like whatever I record tonight is going to be me being very annoyed and angry of how they're going to probably try to make her look. Defense has a job to do, and I know what they usually tend to do in these cases is a whole lot of victim blaming. In their opening statement, they were just like, everything was consensual. These are adults. They're into weird things, sure, but it's whatever. I don't know about that. I don't know how consensual it really was when you have a man like Diddy who has all the money, all the resources, and has done some pretty effed things to people that he is not a fan of. I mean, I think right now it's being talked about that he hired the hit on Tupac. Because that one guy, oh gosh, I forget what his name is, Dwayne, something like that. He is in Vegas. I wonder how his stuff's going. Oh, he is a real piece of work. That guy. That guy. Yeah, the first one was a little rough subject matter wise, but I'm gonna keep watching. Yeah, last night was rough too. It's gonna get worse every day. But you know, like federal courts, there's no cameras allowed or audio. And I think that at the very least, maybe, especially Cass, this could be helpful for other people who find themselves in a similar situation. Because this kind of stuff doesn't just happen with people with loads of money. These kind of things happen to everyday people. And so maybe by sharing the events of the trial and someone out there is in a similar situation, maybe it'll, you know, encourage them to get out and get help and that they're not alone. Right. It could have started as consensual until it wasn't. And there were many times where it was, you know, it was not. So that's the thing. If the other person isn't participating or having a good time, then something's wrong. That's kind of when it stops being consensual. So he is awful and they better find him guilty or there will be an uproar. Yeah, I'm not familiar with racketeering charges, so I'm probably going to start looking up those. Or like how, because most racketeering is federal and we don't get to really know a whole lot about that, like RICO cases, stuff like that. So it's going to be very interesting. Llama, that was a pseudonym for that witness. He wanted to remain anonymous. What do you mean? Did I miss something? I'm not sure. Sorry. Yes, love to Cassie. Very, very brave. Very brave to be up there and sharing all this while you're pregnant. She's very, very pregnant on the stand. Ugh, I couldn't imagine. Anyway, go check that out after we're done here today. There's 2 episodes. And we're making it into a playlist. So all you have to do is like save the playlist and it'll just be there for you every time. Oh, goodness. Oh, yes. The Las Vegas sex trafficking corruption. Oh, I forget. Drop the name and the title and the author. I forget who that guy was right now. It's very good, though. It's very good. I'm drawing a blank. So that's true. And just remember that liking the video does not mean you're approving of Diddy, but you're supporting the channel and the information that Llama May is relying to us so we know the truth on Diddy's trial. That's right. I know a lot of people are like, doesn't that seem weird? But really, it's just to support it. Support us. The algorithm. The mysterious and ominous algorithms that I do not understand. Yes, there it is. The book is Vegas Concierge by Brian Joseph. It was a fascinating read about sex trafficking in Las Vegas. It's very eye-opening because things are not what many of us probably think about all that. Anyway, I highly recommend it. I read it. We had Terry and JT did an interview, or maybe Terry. Wait, was this in February? Yeah. I think that was just Terry on that one. Did an interview with Brian Joseph, and he talked about, you can find that on the channel too. We do a lot of interviews with like authors. They did an interview with Judge Blevins, who was the judge for the Casey Anthony trial, about his book that had come out. We did that in the fall. That was also fascinating to hear about. A lot of really cool interviewers. A lot of really cool interviews we've had on the channel the last couple months, and more on the way from what I've heard. But I won't tell all of our secrets. Oh, the guy witness whose name you just said, it was reported that's not his actual name. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just read things. So, pardon me. What are y'all having for lunch today? Some coffee. Let's see. You've been getting extra tea from the YouTube influencers who are in the courtroom. I could not imagine. You know what they do, though, I found really interesting was the jurors there. So yesterday, they've been playing a video of what happened. This is back to Diddy, so you all can follow along. They went back to play the 2016 hotel video where he's like beating the shit out of her. They play that so many times. Oof, it is a tough watch, you guys. But the jurors all have screens in front of their seats. So the lawyers have screens. The jurors have their own individual screens, which I think is great. Because I was thinking, when I was reading that last night, I was thinking like, oh my gosh, the jurors here and Karen Reed, how are they seeing stuff on the TV that's all the way across the room? You know, I got a big TV sitting right here beside me, but even from my couch, I wouldn't be able to read all that. I thought that was a really neat thing about the courtroom, but it is a federal courtroom, and we all know they got all the money. So, anyway, recommend that check out. Terry says she needs breakfast first, and Shanka doesn't eat lunch. You know what? I normally don't eat lunch either. Excuse me. Sorry. My apologies. I usually don't eat lunch either, but since starting this show, I don't understand why I keep getting hungry around lunchtime. Because it didn't happen when I was like on my own. Oh, maybe it's because I'm using so much energy to do this. It takes a lot of energy to do this. I did not realize it until I started doing it. That you're like, oh yeah, she's just sitting in a chair. No, like the amount of brain power you got to use. It's very interesting. Good morning, Lisa Lee. Good morning. Welcome back. So happy to have you here. We have the ME on the stand right now, so it's interesting. Doesn't seem like he was hit by a car to me, but everyone can make up their own mind. Simone says, I'm making spaghetti because of the state and their spaghetti tactics. Eat your heart out. Touche. I love that. Yeah, jurors gasped at it. I think you're referring to the Diddy videos. And they started showing them the pictures of the freak-offs. So glad I'm not on that jury. It'd be so weird and awkward to like, you know, be looking at these pictures and some of the people in the pictures are right there in front of you. Ugh. Very awkward. Very awkward. All right, Bev, it's been over 15 minutes, ma'am. It's been over 15 minutes. But okay. Yes, I'm going to be having Euros. I'm very excited about that. What else? There's something else I wanted to tell you guys, and I forget. What was it? Talked about the show tonight. Talked about the Diddy thing. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. U.S. versus Diddy just sounds made up, but it's quite the trial. It is quite the trial. Oh, thank you, Terry True Crime, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Let me go over here and look at it. Oh, that's adorable. Giving a little present to the little green. That's cute. It doesn't show you the sticker on StreamYard, so I have to use YouTube chat to see what you guys sent me. I love it. Thank you. It's so cute. Thank you so much. Yeah, a whole lot of baby oil. I don't even understand all the baby oil. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. That's it. Oh, thank you, JT, for gifting 5 memberships. They are going out to Sonia, Perito, Mag, Auntie Candy, Kimbers, Ohio. Oh, hey, Kim. Hope you're doing well. And Amber Crumpler received gift memberships. That's right. There is a little button. I don't remember where it is. I think if you click join and then you go up to the 3 dots in the corner or something like that, you can turn on gifts. So if somebody like JT here gifted memberships, you could get one. And if you're a member of the channel, you get to use all the fun little channel emojis that members get to use that JT just put in the chat there. We also do member-only lives. Sometimes we'll probably have one in a few weeks where we just hang out with all of our members and just have a good time and talk and share secrets, and weird things happen. Weird things happen. And I'm sure we'll have some other members-only events coming out as well. And then when there's live shows, oh, I know. Oh my goodness. I know what it was now. Get it together, Llama. When there are live in-person shows, we stream those live to our members only. So speaking of live events, in July, Terry True Crime is going to be here in Marion, Ohio, live in person, talking about a missing persons case and the case of the unsolved murder of Joey LeBeau, which is a local case of mine that I've been researching for many years. It was important to me because, like, where it all took place, I spent a lot of time in that area during my 20s, and it's very interesting. Anyway, she's going to be live here in Ohio. Tickets are on sale now for that. I'm sure one of the lovely mods will drop a link for tickets. And they range from, we have different price tiers for that. I think general admission's like $7.50, maybe it's $9. And then it goes all the way up to VIP, where you can get specialty wine glasses plus complimentary wine and all of that. There's a whole tier there. I'll be there. That's right. You can meet me in person as well as the amazing, hilarious Elbow Feet will be there. I know Amos is going to be there with her husband. I think some of our other staff is trying to come as well. It's going to be a great time, you guys. Great time. That is going to be July 19th from 3 to 5 Eastern. And again, if you can't make it to Ohio for the party, we will be streaming it for our members only. So that's a good reason to become a member. And then we can all have fun together, because I'm sure we're going to live stream quite a bit that weekend. Oh gosh, it's going to be very exciting. I'm very excited about it. But yeah, so again, thank you, JT, for all those gifted memberships, and to all of our new members. All right, what are you guys talking? Oh yes, the Lori Vallow trial is starting soon. Her next one, she just wrapped up the one with Charles Vallow's murder. Found guilty, of course she was. Where she represented herself. We did stream that on the Courtyard when we were just goofing, just being goofs, being like, yeah, let's just stream it on YouTube and see what happens. And then we're here now, so that's what happened. But her trial, I believe, starts, jury selection, I think, is May 31st, last I heard. She's going to be representing herself again. And it was interesting to watch. Lori she's something. That woman, she is something. The audacity of her, just say her daughter's name like that all the time and talk about how she is a good mom. Mm-hmm. If Karen wraps up before that's over, we might, watch Lori in the meantime. I heard that the judge went off on her, I think it was yesterday, but I have not watched that yet. So it seems like I'm going to have to put a bunch of stuff in my queue, which I already do. It's just where it goes to die. I put stuff in my queue and I never watch it. I don't even look to see how many is in my watch later. It's probably like 6,000 things. But anyway, I'm going to have to watch that this weekend. because I don't have that much time right now, especially tonight. Um, oh, so wasn't happy with Lori. I bet she is such a pain. Oh, that's right. When she's here in July, it's also going to be Terry's 55th birthday weekend. Can you believe that? She looks amazing. Amazing. So yeah, it's going to be a real big party in Ohio. So make sure you get your tickets now because it is a small venue. I think it's 40 or 50 people. So it's kind of small. So you'll definitely want to get those now, I would say. Let's see. Diddy is just the tip of the iceberg. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. Maybe after we wrap up Karen Reed, I might do like a longer form, like iceberg or something. Because it's so much stuff coming out about so many people and things. Oh man. It's gonna be amazing. Let's see. Oh yes. Light, dark, zombies, blah, blah, blah. Oh, she was a goddess in all these different lifetimes, a deity, if I remember. Oh, yes, 15 max. Yes, it'll be very intimate and personal setting. It'll be lovely. So excited. I'm going to go visit the place here in June. Check it out. But it looks pretty awesome. It looks pretty awesome. And it's indoors, too. I believe it's indoors. That's why the seating is so small. Unlike when they just did a live show in Austin at the beginning of the month and they didn't factor in wind. So, oh, yesterday the judge got pissed at Lori. I mean, she would be infuriating to deal with. I'm assuming it's the same judge. He was very patient during the trial, though. He was. And, she didn't really do like as bad of a job as like Daryl Brooks did. Oh my gosh, if you have never seen the trial of Daryl Brooks, y'all. Okay. He was the guy who ran his vehicle in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and killed a bunch of people in the Christmas Day parade. I think he killed 7, and then there was like 60 people injured. Anyway, he is a trash person who decided he wanted to represent himself pro se in a mass murder case. Also, his arguments were sovereign citizen arguments. If you do not know who I'm talking about, after today and after you watch my Diddy episodes and before True Crime and Wine Time tonight in that small window, look up a sovereign citizen video. Those people they are something. They're one of my favorites to watch actually, because it's just nonsense, just total nonsense. And I've never been more infuriated watching a trial than Daryl Brooks. Oh my gosh, that guy. I hate that guy. Oh, she asked the judge to recuse himself. Okay, sure. Oh, we're back, you guys. Thank goodness, because I can stop.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here? Or?
Over here, or let's just do it in freaking everybody. Wait, where's Phil Jones' family? Oh, I'm so dumb. Because they're probably not there because the medical examiner's on. That's very normal, a family to not be in the trial when they're displaying photos and things. I forgot where we were. Oh my goodness. That would explain why they're not in the courtroom right now. That's very common. Lori says, you deny all my motions, Judge. We'll file a motion with legal merit. Consider it. Oh, everybody thinks they're a lawyer. Okay. Don't ever represent yourself, guys. Don't do it. Okay. It's a bad idea every time. Oh, yeah. Daryl is horrible. I hate that guy so much. He's the worst. What do you mean Daryl Brooks is a national treasure? Oh, God. Him and his box fort. Oh, he had to be sent to like a separate room all the time because of his outbursts. He never knew what he was talking about. He refused to admit who he was constantly. Anyway, it's brilliant trial. The prosecution did an amazing job. I don't know how they kept their patience with that guy. And the judge, she is the most patient judge in all of existence to deal with him. Anyway, go watch it. You can find the whole thing on YouTube. It is, it's something. Yeah, he got put in timeout a lot. Sometimes his shirt would come off. Ugh. He'd have signs. He'd hold up signs like objection. And then you would just see him like yelling, but they would have the sound turned off. Oh, there's the family. Oh, good. They all have little seat cushions. Oh, I would need one too. I just don't understand why they don't have comfier seats. It's rude. I mean, even at church, they have like the thin, padding along the way. This is a courtesy. Oh, that woman's on a crutch. I wonder why. I don't see that lady with the cool glasses. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the little fold-up ones. Me too. Me too. When we went to go see Thunderbolts on Sunday, we went to the IMAX theater, and they actually had like old style theater seats in there, like the one where like it's like angled, so your butt is like it's like the big hole in between your back and the butt rest, where you would lose things. We lost lots of things down there, but I was like, oh my gosh, how have we not upgraded these seats? It's so weird. Yeah, he is not getting out anytime soon. It was not great. It was the longest verdict I've ever read, because it was like 7 charges of murder and 62 counts of attempted murder, including that of his ex-girlfriend, which was where he was that day. Oh, it took her like an hour to read the verdicts, because she had to read it for each. He had 72 charges total, if I remember right. It's fascinating. Fascinating. You see Paul is still in a timeout, sitting in the back. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm thankful, because if any of you have been watching, when we've been rewatching part of the first trial, and they would like zoom in on Karen, and Paul would be sitting where that lady is in the front row, all the way to the right. He'd be sitting there, and they would zoom in on Karen, and it would just be like Paul's crotch right there blown up. It was very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. So I'm glad that Paul has moved to the back, because nobody needs to see that. And I'm sure nobody thought about it. Good morning, Kembers. Hi, haven't seen you in a while. Good morning. Yes, you got a membership today, the lovely GT gifted memberships, and you received one. So thanks for being here. Hope you're doing great, babe. Kimber's felt a disturbance in the War Stars force. Yes, she has. Oh, you've been so busy this week. It's been a busy week, girl. It has been a busy week. We got the Emmy on the stand right now, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, who's here with me right now? Oh, it's the lovely Terry True Crime. Hey, babes.
Hey, makeup free.
I see that. Beautiful as ever. I see that.
I didn't go that far. I was like, don't we have something that would like smooth out all of these lines on my face today?
You're fine. You're fine. You were driving all over the place yesterday. It's fine.
I know. I got home really late, but I made it home.
Nice.
And I have to say, best 6th grade band concert I've ever been to. I did not need earplugs, and Monkey Butt made first chair.
No, that's amazing.
She had to
I was
stand
first chair
up,
clarinet a lot.
and I was like,
That's amazing. What does she play?
The trumpet.
Oh, okay. That's good.
So
That is good.
it was wonderful.
I love that.
But I had to jump on for Cross because I just hope Alessi nails her to the wall. Not literally.
Oh, what? You think she's not doing a good job?
I think she's being very cautious because remember, I saw her last time. I think
Oh, that's
the
right.
state is being very cautious with her.
Okay, so you've noticed differences between her first. Okay, see,
I
that's the
do.
thing, right? I didn't watch it, so I'm just like, okay, this all sounds
Yeah.
legit and good to me. Oh, interesting.
No, I mean, she's legit. It's
Mhm.
almost like not giving full opinion. She's
Okay,
guarded because I mean, I'm sure
okay,
she was told if you're not asked, don't give it. Don't
okay.
expand.
Interesting. Interesting.
So yeah.
Hmm.
And just so everybody knows, Monkey Butt wants to do another kids true crime and wine time while she's here this summer.
Oh,
And
really?
she wants to cover the Lion King case.
I don't know what that means.
The Lion King, the movie. She wants to cover
Oh,
it as a case about
I see
Scar.
what you mean. I love that.
So
Oh,
I'm like,
that's
okay, girl,
adorable.
sure, why not?
I love that. That is so cute.
I'm like, maybe she'll get a couple of views. She's like, if 5 people watch, I will have made it. I'm like, okay.
My son had like a mock trial assignment he had to do, and he brought it home. And he was like, Mom, do you want to help me with this? And I was like, yeah, sure. I love this. Finally. Because the math science stuff is not my
Right.
thing. And he was like, yeah, thank you. And then I asked him, I said, so how did it go? How did it go? And he was like, yeah, it went good. I told everyone that my mom and her lawyer friends helped me out. And I was like, I don't have any lawyer friends, buddy. But that's cute. That's so cute. We're basically lawyers. I mean,
We are.
but
We
that's so
are.
cute.
But so I'm kind of excited. We're just trying to figure out. She will probably have to wear a mask or we'll have to cover her face because we want to be cautious because of the investigation into Chase Lackey and the cartel.
Agreed.
We don't want to put her
Agreed.
face out there. So I might buy her a lion mask to wear.
I love that. That's even fun. That's funner. I love that. Kembers, what did you miss this morning? Just this Emmy lady. They did bring back Hartnett, the CSI lady, but that was so much to do about nothing, in my opinion. The Emmy lady, she's still in direct. If you saw the first trial, I guess somewhat similar but different. I don't know. Doesn't seem like you got hit by a car to me, but
You know, I think we
she
need to
already got
start.
people that'll watch.
See, I will let you know when it's going to happen. I think we need to do a GoFundMe for Karen for a week on the beach in Cabo. I mean, she has got to be emotionally, mentally exhausted, especially with her medical stuff. This has aged her so much. If you look at her, this has aged her so much. Even
I
with
bet.
fillers and Botox, she can't hide it.
I can't imagine the stress.
I
I couldn't
can't either.
imagine. And going through this twice.
Yeah.
And then the whole world's watching. Everyone's talking about you. You know what camera's
Can't get a
on you all of the
job.
freaking time.
Everywhere you go, you're either loved or hated. I mean, I don't think she's signed up to be infamous. Well, glad to know Elbow Feet thinks she's hot.
I think she's hot. She's hot. What? Oh, we're bringing in the jury, I guess, now? Okay, finally. She is.
All I
Why
know
do you
is
think she's so
after
pretty?
watching the Higgins stuff, I do not
Weed
find him
whacker.
attractive. I did not find
No.
Higgins attractive. He wasn't my
No.
type. Did
No,
anybody else?
I think that she started that to feel
I think she.
like somebody else might want her. Is that?
I think he was an easy target.
Yeah.
He knew she wouldn't say no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, safety, like a safety flirt, if you will.
And then
But
she
also-
discovered it wasn't great D and ghosted him.
Doing Daryl Brooks on this channel. Yo, I've already watched it like 3 times. I don't know if I can do it again.
Yeah. Oh,
I can do
that's
it again.
yeah. I saw
Oh,
one
that
of
guy.
those sovereign people not too long ago. I saw their license plate while driving down the road and took a picture of it.
Oh, yeah.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to
Why is it not loud?
the exterior.
I don't know. I just turned my volume up
Talked
all the
about
way.
Your observations of both the fractures in the skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
There we go, guys. I turn on the boost. It might get
Earlier
big if
that
he's not at the
use other
mic. So,
resources,
there it
other
is.
testing. Did
I'm
you
going to turn off down my
ask
booster.
for
There we go.
any type of assistance on
There.
toxicology
Everyone
analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can go get some coffee.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report you saw before?
yes.
Do you want to introduce this as the next exhibit, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I love that she has to lift her glasses to read. I have to put mine on to read. Look how special she
In your
is.
experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications, there were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol
Ethanol. It's
in heart
ethanol.
blood and ethanol
Jeez.
under 1102?
In vitreous humor.
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor.
0.28. Okay.
After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
Were there signs?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit,
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
What did you just say it was?
Regarding the blunt
98.6.
force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings,
Thank you, Shaka.
including
Thank you.
the
Thought you asked the normal.
manner of death
No, it's okay.
and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And what is it?
this is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 162.
Interesting.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, Doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, it's Alessi time. Yeah. She looks very nervous. Who did her cross in the last trial?
I'm not great with names.
Oh, okay. Yannetti or Jackson?
I think it was the Yannetti guy,
Okay.
I think.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Squirty Bello.
Good morning.
She's such a fun last name.
with regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So, in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could, please move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use, and does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So, as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation, and what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy, and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So, is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Interesting questions. Is DA trying to bring one in?
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Disgraced former trooper. Michael
At
Proctor.
one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so, did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Squirty Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could, please, zoom in on the two individuals in that picture.
No, we know those guys.
Dr. Scorti Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes,
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts and Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home-based sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that? Like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they are.
don't, I
specifically.
don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And, yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you.
He's always so polite.
Now,
It's
we were
adorable.
speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes, approximately.
Right, and the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct, you just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined, and I want to, if I could with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side? You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct, and I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed.
Stonebridge is on the prosecution list.
Having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes, she is board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what
Impressive
neuropathology
lady.
is?
Yeah.
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
The brains of the brain autopsy.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
That sounds annoyed. She
Thanks,
sounds
Bev.
annoyed. So Stonebridge is, I just looked at the witness list, and she is just on the prosecution witness list, by the way. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's interesting that he asked those questions about a neuroscientist doing it. I think there's a reason why.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of why. I'm really trying to figure out why.
Oh, I think the prosecution plans on bringing someone in and being like, oh, yeah, that kind of damage can be seen in a pedestrian, car accident sort of thing. That's what I think.
It can if they hit the curb, but the neuro can't explain the arm and all the other stuff. I mean, he looks like he took a beating. Looked like he was in an MMA fight.
Is she the one with the tattoos? She's brilliant, but very technical. I don't know.
Oh.
I like this lady, though. I mean, sure, Alessi's going to say something that, yeah, she's smart. That Stonebridge lady, that is like a huge accomplishment to be certified for 3 different areas. Like, that is no joke. That's very impressive. Very impressive. Oh, I found her testimony good for the defense. Yeah, and she doesn't seem to be like defensive, She's playing along, she's smiling, she's enjoying this conversation with Alessi, different than some of the other people we've seen. So there's Annie. Good morning,
I got excited.
Annie.
I saw little mama's here.
Good morning. Well, afternoon. It's afternoon in our time.
Rest while you can, little mama. Rest while you can.
Now, I may have missed, why was there that picture of Buchanan and Proctor in the forensic room? Is that a normal thing? Or is there a picture of that?
I'm not sure. I got distracted because I got a work email.
Oh.
I think to show that they were in there, but that's not uncommon. But remember, it should have been Proctor, not Bukaki.
Well, but I thought it was the other guy that was in there, Keefe. Detective Keefe or whatever his name was. I thought he was there when the autopsy was performed, and the other ones weren't.
I thought it was Bukaki and I'm sorry, that's what I'm going to just call him. Bukaki and Keefe. I thought it was those two, and it should have been Proctor because he was the lead Well, according to him, he wasn't the lead, but
interesting. Oh, I like Karen's jacket blazer. I don't know what that is, but I like it. It's tailored very nice. I like that. Oh, I hope it comes soon. Can't wait to see the baby for sure. Okay. What you got? Let's see.
What you got? Give it to us.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney named, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna look this guy up right now. Who is this?
Now
He's
I'd like
like
to move on to another category.
Oh, he's an MD and only on the
Based on the
prosecution list.
information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons such as sepsis, but in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
Why did she close her eyes?
So I want to break that down a little bit if I could with you.
I don't know.
So you
Some people
testified
do that.
on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations, can you repeat what it was?
It said have hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up, you're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances, and at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications
And
regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay?
Okay.
Is it
Let's
fair
do
to
it.
say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessing.
Smile, lady, it'll help.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury?
Blunt
Blu-
impact.
A blunt impact injury,
I'm not
we got
for
that
it.
correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Interesting
Did you
questions.
observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further
Okay.
that needs to be done. Thank you.
Is there, did you show it to Mr. Brennan?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make, and if not.
So why don't you come over here, because, why don't you come over to the side?
Oh, we're going to sidebar.
Sidebar.
Finally going to sidebar. The last rounds of questions was pretty good. Usually, they do and can't determine or estimate how long a person would survive with said injuries, because it does seem like pretty quick death, but I'm not sure since it's a brain injury. Sometimes it can be a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I think those were really good questions because I haven't thought about, maybe he wasn't instantly
Right.
dead. How long would it take for somebody to pass away with that sort of skull fracture and brain hemorrhage? Those were good questions.
I wish I knew how much blood he lost
Mm.
overall. Or
Yeah.
how much of it was inside, like inner brain hemorrhage.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I would like to know the difference between that because remember, I think it was Jen who had blood all over her, which made it sound
Yes.
like there was tons of blood, but it didn't look like he lost that much blood. I mean,
Mhm.
brains bleed a lot, but or
Mhm.
heads do. So
Yeah.
that's just me wondering how much blood he really lost. And they would know that because they drain all the blood out of the body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. And Nikki D says, bring in the brain lady. The brain lady is on the witness list, as well as that Dr. Wolf he talked about, not Arca Wolf.
Right.
Not that Mr. Wolf. This is a different Dr. Wolf. I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure this guy's not come on yet. What was his name? Isaac Wolf? Was he in the last trial? Does that name sound familiar to anyone?
I didn't see him if he was.
Mm.
On this, I'm not a
Interesting.
fan of Shunkas right now.
Oh, what?
She just DoorDashed BB
Ah.
some Dunkin' Donuts.
Donuts
I
sound
still
awesome.
haven't had breakfast.
I keep trying to drink my coffee as quickly as possible because elbow feet got me one of my favorite creamers, which is the International Delight wedding cake.
Oh,
It smells so good. So I'm like trying to chug this down so I can open up my new bottle. Because right now I just have my Italian sweet cream. And I'm like, oh.
Double H got me the caramel macchiato Starbucks one because I like that because I'm a caramel girl.
Mm-hmm. He got me wedding cake and sugar cookie.
Oh, see, I do sugar. Are they sugar free or do they have sugar in them?
No.
Because I do sugar free.
No, they have sugar in them. We were talking last night how funny it would be to have like sugar-free sugar cookie. Just the saying of that is funny.
But they do have it. They do have
I
a
know.
sugar-free version.
A non-sugar sugar cookie.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're both delicious. So I
But
can't wait to do that.
I love Alessi doing the cross when it comes to technical, medical. I mean, he's so dang polite.
Mm-hmm. And I feel too like, because clearly he's a very smart guy, and clearly we're talking about stuff that no one is really familiar with. I mean, it's not common knowledge and terminology, and I feel like he does it in a good layperson way, right? Because it's kind of hard when like you're really, really smart and you know a lot of things to bring that down to something that everyone can understand. It's very hard to do, and he does a really good job.
Make them feel like he's having to talk down to them or that he's having to dumb it down. He does it. That's what I said.
Not patronizing and
he does it good. I would not want to be married to him and have to argue with him because I don't think I would ever win an argument with him.
Was he ever a teacher? I feel like he might have been a teacher at some point because he gives very like teacher vibes. But yeah, I think he has just great. I don't know what they call it. You know, doctors at bedside manner. I don't know, witness stand manner. I don't know what they call it, but he's very, very good and skillful at that. Yes, he is so conversational when he puts the space together.
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, Amy Beth. Well, afternoon.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This?
Yes.
That's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right, so it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area, is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J-type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall in impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat, frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat, frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's, on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.?
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have a Well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is that form.
Given what you testified regarding to the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations? Any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries and.
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, jurors. We'll take the lunch and recess. So we're seeing about 45 minutes.
45 minutes, which means an hour at least. Oh my goodness.
Bedtime. All I got to say, bedtime.
Bedtime. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, what an interesting morning. Let me mute this over there so that way it doesn't start playing music in my ear. Ooh, interesting. I'm enjoying Alessi's questions because I know that he knows they can't go through, but he's definitely saying things to like the jurors are probably considering as I am. I'm like, ooh, that's a good point. Like, oh, why wasn't there grass and debris in his wounds or his hair? Me either. Especially the head wound, because we know he had a hat on, but he did not have the hat on when they found him. So apparently,
But
you know,
the
it went on
grass
somewhere. But
have come off when they shaved his head. I'm sure they went through those clippings to see if there was grass, taillight pieces, dirt. You would think.
Did they clean it at the hospital? Is that something they would do in this scenario? I don't. They tried to put an IV in, so there was that, I guess. But I imagine
when my dad had a car wreck and he had on the back of his head, they just moved the hair to do it. They didn't shave it or anything like that. So I don't think they would, especially knowing they thought he wasn't. They were just waiting for him to warm up to officially declare it. So
yeah. That's what I was thinking too. I didn't think that they would really clean the body unless they really have to prep him for surgery or something of that nature. But it's not like they tried to
grass break off. I don't know about frozen grass, but I would think
so.
It would break off.
Yeah, I mean there was a significant amount of green grass on the ground still before the snow started falling. So I don't see why there wouldn't have been grass or debris in his hair. You know, they say the ground is frozen. It's also not, and snow is moisture, right? So it's gonna kind of liven it up a little bit, I would think. But yeah, those are really good, interesting questions. Because he did ask her about, I think it was with the clothes. Was it her or was it the other lady? Oh crap! Now I'm getting the two confused from this morning. I think it was the other lady that didn't look at the debris from the clothes or in the back or something.
I think it was the other lady.
I think so too.
I'm going to have to start taking notes.
I know.
Practice being a juror for next week.
That's right. Monday. Terry might be on a jury on Monday. How awesome would that be? Yeah, I would think that they would take pics of all that. Usually the forensic pathologist will do all pictures first. Then they'll go over the body looking for debris or items like that, and then they wash the body. Like, it's a whole process. So at least that's what I've always been told in that. All but 3 when Scortabello says she didn't determine a matter of death. I missed the first part of that, I think.
So all but 3 of the jurors made a note when she said she didn't determine manner of death. That's interesting. So they found that very interesting.
Interesting from Sue O, the juror who pays close attention to scientific testimony is smiling very slightly as Alessi establishes what is and isn't the jurisdiction of Scortabello's office. And Nickety wants to be on jury duty, and she's so jealous.
I hope I get picked. I really, if anyone has any advice on what to say and what not to say so I get picked, I would be so open to taking those recommendations.
I mean, it's really, you never know. For example, I'll use the Diddy jurors that I just learned about. Like, one guy is like, I do not like violence at all. And yet he got on a jury that there's a lot of violence in that
And several
case.
said they liked hip hop. I found that
Several
interesting.
said they liked hip hop. Some had seen the hotel video from 2016. So, you know, some things you think would be rule you out. I mean, hell, this trial, the last one, right, guys? Wasn't the foreman a cop? A retired cop? And there was a lawyer on there as well. So you never know, Terry.
Thank you. Lady in Gray has given me lots of good. Shunka says, don't say I'm Terry True Crime.
That's true. Do not just use that moniker. But yeah, tell them you're open-minded. That's true. They
And it's not a lie.
And that you'll follow the law and make decisions based on the evidence in court. That pretty much will get you
That will.
on there. I mean, maybe not, but that's what they want to hear.
I'm such a girl. I'm like, okay, do I dress up in slacks and a shirt? Do I wear jeans? I don't want to be too casual. I don't want to be too dressy. Do I wear my bling? Do I not? Those are the things that I'm
That's
worried
true.
about.
I mean, they do pay attention. I mean, a real job is jury consultants. You know, they analyze so much when it comes to jury picking. I find it fascinating.
I do too. And that's why I'm like, I don't know what to wear.
I would say like business casual, like, you know.
Does that mean jeans and a nice shirt and cute little strappy high heel sandals? Because I also want to be comfortable if they say we're staying and I have to sit in a chair, because I have heard our jury chairs are not comfortable.
Yeah, well, that's crazy. All right. You already don't get paid much to be a juror, and then they're not going to give you comfort?
Yeah.
Come on. This is why people don't want to do jury duty.
I want to make sure I'm comfy because I don't want to be moved.
Don't mention my show until after. If they don't pick you, then tell everyone.
Just like, say after, then we can,
After, just start handing out cards to people. Be like, oh, I didn't get picked, but we can talk about it.
I will say somebody reached out to me on my personal DMs on one of the things and said, hey, I heard on the show that you're going to have jury duty. Are you going to go and give a play-by-play after it's all over if you get selected?
Oh, I hope so.
And I was like, I didn't even think of that because
I
can't imagine it's a big case because I've not heard anything in the news about anything big happening.
Okay.
So
interesting. I hope we do get a play-by-play.
Anyone's going to, I mean, there's not going to be any press there or anything.
I mean, several of our watchers have done jury duty before, and I always found their stories about it very interesting. One, because it's done differently, you know, depending on the jurisdiction and the cases. And like two of them, because they live in the same state. Sorry, all of a sudden the top of my eyelid itches. What am I supposed to do about that? That's okay. Anyway, just work through it, Llama. Work through it. It'll be okay. I'm just gonna rub it like this. We're all friends here. But in their jurisdiction, anytime the jury wanted to see evidence, they'd ask and they'd put it out in the middle of the courtroom, and they would only let the jurors come into the courtroom, walk around the table to see whatever it is in front of the judge and the other lawyers. It was so bizarre. Because, and they explained like it was weird because, like, one, if you wanted to see something, you could piss off all the other jurors very quickly.
Yeah.
And two, you guys are looking at it, but they're not allowed to talk to each other. And you have other people watching you. It seemed very weird.
Because
they
then
did
they
it
would
that
be
way.
looking at you. What did you lean over closer to? They would, I would not like that.
And then they couldn't talk about it until they went back in the room. It was so weird. Now, there are trials I've seen where certain pieces of evidence they do have to ask for, and they'll bring, usually that's weapons. They never send weapons back with the jury, ever. For good reason, probably. I'm sure there are some stories that have happened, but they never send weapons back. And sometimes video, they may not have a device to play something for them, so they'll bring them back in the courtroom to view that. But yeah, very interesting stuff. I love hearing people. I got asked for jury duty once. Well, I got summoned, and I live in a big city. So when they summon you, you have to show up for the whole week, not just one day, just the whole week. Is this huge jury pool every week. And the room was nice that we were in. It was very nice. They played movies for us on a big screen. It was very cool. And you got little badges that said you were a juror, even though you weren't picked yet, because nobody was allowed to talk to you, which was great. I loved that.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I did not get called to go up for voir dire. I was very disappointed in it. Very disappointed, but it was still a cool experience nonetheless.
Yeah, my thing doesn't tell me if it's show up every day. It does tell me I already did the online registration. Tomorrow I have to go online and see if they're still having it or if a plea was reached.
Yeah, they can plea out like literally. They can plea out during a trial.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell me if it's just going to be one day, several days. It tells me nothing.
Yeah, ours is for a whole week. And not a lot of people got picked because a lot of the cases pled out. Then
they better not plead out.
They'll be so mad.
I'm going to cry tomorrow if I go and it says, sorry, it's been canceled. I'm literally going to cry.
That's okay. I understand. I was very upset about it as well. By the way, since we have you here, Terry, tonight on TCWT, I will be co-hosting with the lovely Terry. No, damn. Oh, there we go. That one. I'm going to get it right one of these times, the first try. And we're going to talk about Karen Greenlee.
Yeah.
Inside the mind of a necrophile.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing. And what's going to be fun, we haven't done this before. There's going to be some role playing.
Yeah.
Tonight. Yeah. And it's disturbing. I'm going to just tell y'all, I'm not sure. It's disturbing.
Yeah.
But,
you know, a lot of people are like, I don't care what happens to my body after I'm dead. But I think so. I think you might a little bit once you hear about this. You'll be like, holy crap. It's weird.
I think it wouldn't bother me as much if it was you'd been married to the person for 60 years and you maybe wanted one last thing. That would freak me out less than Karen Greenlee.
Oh, yeah. Some of the stuff she says, it's so gross. It's so gross. You can also sign up to be a juror, right? I don't know. In our state, it's
not here in Texas. It comes off of when you register to vote.
Yeah. I think ours might be from your driver's license, actually.
Shunka was on a jury.
Oh. Interesting. We'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Very interesting, Shunka. That's cool. That's cool.
But I will be taking notes, dear Net. I will take very good notes.
You know, they don't let you keep them.
They keep them?
Yeah. You're not allowed, I don't know if I've never heard of jurors being allowed to keep their notes. They're destroyed, which I think is weird. Why?
Oh,
But they do. Mm-hmm.
elbow feet. No.
That's what I was thinking. Ooh. You never know if he's listening or watching, Terry, and what he'll say. You gotta be careful. That elbow feed.
I know. But so when I leave, they're going to keep my notebook?
Yeah, and destroy it.
Why can't I keep it? Do they give me
know.
one? Because I got a cute little pink one to take.
Yes, they provide them too. You're not allowed to bring anything, and they provide them, they collect them, they destroy them, which is interesting. I'm sure there's good reason for it. I just can't think of one.
Can I turn audio recording on my phone?
Oh, that's hard. No, you're not even allowed to have your phone in there, Terry.
Where are they going to make me put it?
Probably lock it in the jury room. They're not going to let you have your purse sitting next to you. Yeah, it's very restrictive for a good reason, Terry. For a good reason. No, they usually have to lock all your stuff. Now, some courts are nice. They will allow you to have drinks with you. I think it was Murdaugh, the jury was allowed to have like drinks and stuff. Some of them, it's a hard no. You don't get nothing.
Drink.
Nothing.
I am Googling.
I know. I couldn't give up my notes either.
Yeah, I mean, how do I give up my notes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they can't usually take their notes into deliberation. Well, I don't.
They do not allow food or drinks.
Oh, yeah.
In the courtroom.
Yeah. Sometimes they make exceptions for staff and jurors. General public, it's always like you're not allowed to bring stuff in.
It's not even for the jurors.
Oh, well. Sorry. Llama
I just
known
said
to be a ruiner.
what I'm supposed to bring. I'm supposed to bring my jury summons, a photo ID, money for snacks, drinks, and my lunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
have to pay for my own lunch.
Mm-hmm. And then you don't get paid very much. I think they paid us $75 for the whole week. I had to sit in there from 8 to 5.
It says also to bring something to read or do to pass your time.
Yeah, not in court during all the sidebars.
Maybe I bring a book, but I slip a couple of slips of paper in it so I can take notes on it that I can. I'm going to get kicked off if I.
Are you trying to get on this jury or not, Terry?
I need, as long as I can have my notes back each day, if it's more than one day, because I need to be able to remember. So they don't shred it until the end of the trial, right?
Correct. Until after a verdict or.
Okay. I was thinking each day, and I was like, then why take notes?
No, because there's a juror on Karen's that's already on like her second notebook right there. I don't know which one it is. I don't have to mark it, but they're on their second notebook already. But yeah, I mean, they can't stop you for writing things down when you're at home. Just don't share it with anybody though until after, because that could be a cause for appeal. So don't do that.
So, and just to if anybody does watch Midday Missing, we will not be having Midday Missing on Monday. Because I have jury duty. We will let you know about Wednesday once I find out if they like me, want to keep me, or something like that.
Oh yeah, Holly. They couldn't take notes. That's one of the people I was talking about.
How do you?
Where you have to walk around the table.
You to remember everything if you can't take notes.
Mm-hmm.
Do they give you the court transcripts to read then and go back over if you can't take notes?
No, I've seen it be requested by juries before. I want to say, I'm not going to, it's one of the Wisconsin ones. The jury asked for something, or maybe it was the George Wagner one. Actually, I think it was that one, the Ohio one, where they asked, it was Jake's testimony, I'm pretty sure. And they were like, can we like get a part of that? And they were like, you can either get a part of it or, no, I'm sorry. They were not allowed to have a part of it. It had to be read. The whole transcript, which was like 3 days, they would have to sit there and it had to be read to them out loud. And then the jury was like, oh, never mind. I guess we don't really need it then.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I'm
See,
pretty sure that
this
was the
is
George Wagner case.
another reason I'm excited is because everybody does it different.
Mhm.
Every state, and I even hear every county does it different in
Yes.
Texas. So,
Yeah. Some don't let you take notes, some do. Some you get to ask questions. I know in Indiana you get to ask questions.
are you allowed to leave for lunch?
Utah. Yeah, we were. Now, we were, but maybe not. So, like, they're bringing in lunch for this jury because it's
They don't want
a
people to
small
see them, and it's harder to,
right.
yeah.
So they're bringing them lunch, which sometimes happens. But I know for here, like you again, you have your juror's badge, and you're supposed to report if like anybody talks to you. You're supposed to like report it when you're like out and about. So they just are like, keep your juror badge on so everybody knows, and they
Yeah.
avoid you like the
I hope
plague.
so, because if I run into county people from CERT, it'll be nice
Mhm.
to know that I have that, because it's going to be hard to remember. I
Oh,
can't
that's
say
here
hello
though.
to them.
That's just here in my county in my state. So I don't know if you get those special badges too, but we did.
I'm glad I'm not in New Orleans, because that
Yeah.
would frustrate me, Polly. I mean, and I'm a New Orleans girl. I love New Orleans, but yeah, no, I don't like that.
Yeah. I think it's very, very strange that they do that way. And then she says 10 to 11-hour days, no notes, and they bring you lunch in the deliberation room. You don't leave that room except to go home once picked. Wow.
Okay, if it's 10 to 11 hours a day, why is Bev doing 6?
Because it's different in a bunch of jurisdictions. Like, that's the crazy thing about watching trials. It really, really varies how different it is. Because think about it, right? How do you think a jury that's sitting there for 10 to 11 hours, I feel like that's going to be different than a jury who gets breaks, who has a stop time. They have time to think. 10 to 11 hours,
That's
it's
a
going to
lot.
piss off a lot of people. They're not taking notes. How much are they paying attention? Because juries like to, more often than not, it's guilty. More often than not.
Well, I just looked, and it has
So.
not been canceled as of today.
Yeah, they try to churn trials into 1 to 3 days here. I mean, usually they're like a week, like the big ones here, except for death penalty ones. Those are lengthy. Depends on
I
the
hear
case, but
typically
1 to 3 days is
we're
crazy. For
1 to
murder?
3 days.
For murder?
Well, the 2 cases that are on for the courthouse for district court, one is a homicide and one is theft of elderly. So I don't know which one is in this judge's courtroom, but I'm sorry, homicide, you need more than 1 to 3 days unless it's clear cut. They're on video doing it or something, but that's just me. But I'm a juror virgin, so I don't know.
Wow. Polly says, my triple homicide was 3 days, including jury selection.
Sounds about like New Orleans. I mean, didn't during Katrina, they lost a lot of the prisoners? So that's not surprising.
For a triple murder. And, it's probably because, oh, that's right, the defense doesn't get any money to call the people that they really need. So, and it's probably public defenders, which I'm not talking shit about public defenders, is because they get a crazy caseload. Not the resources they need. I mean, a lot of them are very good lawyers, but
Angie, I did not research the trial. I just looked to see what trials are scheduled next week. That is all I saw. It shows you that on the court calendar when you do your jury selection. So trust me, it's been hard.
Wow.
It's been hard not Googling and stuff, but I have refrained, and they can come and look at my Google search if they would like to.
Oh, goodness. Oh,
but
boy.
I wonder, so like this trial for Karen Reed, do they do any type of therapy for jurors or give them like 2 free therapy sessions for having to go through this? I mean, thinking about the cases like with children involved or things like that, do they do, because you're going to get trauma from this.
Yeah, I don't think so. A part of me wants to say usually no, but I feel like there was one trial where if it was Parkland, I don't remember. Generally not, but
if it's
Parkland was
children
talked about.
or like the P. Diddy, those people are going to need therapy after what they're seeing and hearing.
They're also getting paid like $1 a day.
I know,
I
but
don't think
I'm
the
more
courts can
worried
afford
about
therapy, but
I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I had to sit there for that all day. Y'all were offered
just probably
psychological
depends on the district again. Some have a lot of money for things because they're probably bigger cities, so they get more funding, or organization nonprofits helping them out. But in smaller jurisdictions, no, they don't got the money or
I'm
the
going to say we
resources for
don't have
that.
it here. But luckily I have a therapist.
Yeah, because these juries see really, really traumatic images. Gosh, I mean, there's a lot of trials where I was like, "Ooh, I'm so glad." Has a juror ever sued a defendant for damages? No, I don't think you could.
Question. I'm assuming. Let me see if it says anything on here that I can't do that.
I don't think so,
that's a
because it's
good
part of your
thought.
civic duty.
So traumatized. But what about when the defendant goes crazy in the courthouse, grabs the gun, tries to shoot somebody, or jumps over and tries to attack the witness?
You wouldn't sue the defendant. Well, I guess the defendant could be included in the suit, but you would be filing a lawsuit against the court. So that's where you would file that lawsuit. I mean, where the defendant, where are you going to get any money out of her at that point? No. You would sue the courthouse and all those people for not keeping you all safe. That you could do. And I'm sure the defendant would be included, but
here's
no,
what it says about what to wear. Should be dressed in clothing reasonably befitting the dignity and solemnity of the court proceedings. No shorts.
Oh, okay.
That's the instructions.
No shorts. Okay. Interesting. Very specific. Oh, I can only imagine the juror questions for Diddy. Yeah.
Oh.
Yikes.
In some federal cases, they do get to ask questions of the defendants. I'm trying to remember which one it was. They didn't get to ask them directly, but they could submit so many questions to the judge. And then the judge asked them while the jurors were in the courtroom, and they got the answers. So I've seen that for federal cases or heard about it.
Like you mean while the trial is going on, or for voir dire?
At the end.
Oh,
like if you have questions and you need to when you're in deliberations.
Oh yeah, yeah. That jurors are allowed to do that. And Lori Vallow in Arizona, it's another place where jurors can ask questions, right? Pretty sure.
Lori Vallow. Let's. I do think if you're free by then, I do think that is a crazy train that you should ride.
Yeah, because that one's going to be about their assassination attempt on Brandon Bordeaux, her nephew-in-law. And I don't think there's been actually much put out in the public about what went down to make that happen. So, you may think you know everything about Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell and that whole thing, but I mean, even with Charles Vallow, we learned a lot of new things from that trial. So,
Sammy in Texas, Daisy Dukes are probably the shorts that offended them, because short shorts. I mean, even our middle school and high schools have to have rules about your shorts. You should wear
some cosplaying as a judge on here.
I don't think the judge would find that funny. And we have to remember, I also am an elected volunteer in the county. for the emergency response team, I don't need to make a fool out of myself.
Oh, and remember not to wear too tight of pants, just in case there are cameras. You don't want to pull a situation.
Oh, that's right.
Oh boy, that was
I will
something.
definitely not wear a dress then. I will definitely wear pants because I was considering wearing a cute little pencil skirt.
A sparkly pink gavel. Oh, you need a Swarovski crystal pink gavel.
Oh, I thought you were going to say pen. I was like, I got a pen.
No,
I wonder
you
if
need
there's a
gavel.
gavel that's also a pen.
Oh, probably. I have a gavel somewhere. It was over here. I don't know where Elbow Feet moved it.
Because I
We got
was
it
going to
at
take
Goodwill a long time ago.
my pink mechanical pencil and my pink glittery pen for notes.
I don't know if they'll let you do that.
I have to bring my own. I guess they might give us utensils to write with. Oh, Shanka, no. No, no, no. Oh my God. I am sorry you had to do that, Shanka. Oh.
Oh my.
So what do we think about the lady on the stand so far? And her name is just too funny to say.
I like her. I mean, I like her. I think she's doing really well. She doesn't really seem inept, but then again, here are some things. It's just the questions Alessi's asking her is like, okay, it's interesting. But I mean, for me, she's going all right.
He's building
both.
something up.
Yes. I know that
feel
there's more
he's
coming
laying
here.
a layer.
Mhm.
And I think he's got some aha stuff he's going to try to get.
Well, and even if not for her, whoever this other Dr. Wolf is, because he made sure to name drop that person who is on only the prosecution witness list. He made sure to name drop that person now in front of the jury. So I think that was definitely done on purpose. And yeah, he does like to build up to his aha moments, whether it's going to be for her or future witnesses. So
I will say, and this is just me, and I'm not trying to be judgmental. When people close their eyes to talk, it makes me automatically assume they're not telling the truth, that they don't want to look at me.
Interesting.
I know that's like in police interrogation. I don't know if this should be for an expert witness kind of situation, but every time she does that, I question, okay, why are you not wanting to look at him?
Oh, that's interesting. I just figure it's just like a thing she does, like that's how she thinks, right? Because like, for example, like when I'm thinking, I'm always like looking up like, what was that, but maybe she's an eye closer instead. I don't know. I know a lot of people in here are into body language, and that's fine. Body language is a real thing.
The line sign, I mean.
But in order for it to be reasonable, you have to know what that person's baseline is. Is she a person that if you talk to her on a regular basis, that just is how she is? Then it wouldn't be deceptive, right? That's just normal
we would need to know.
Right. But I know a lot of people are into it. That's just my opinion. But body language is a real thing. I mean, we read it all the time, subconsciously.
As a mom, you can tell when your kids are lying because of their body language.
Oh, yeah. And
so,
for sure.
We don't know her, but that's my first thought. And I kept having to tell myself, don't look at her, listen.
Listen, I've seen a lot of forensic pathologists testify, and it's usually a certain kind of person. Like it's a special person it takes to do that job. They're a little quirky, eccentric in some ways. So maybe it's just like, I'm like, yeah, she's what do you expect?
They hang out with dead people most of the time.
But it's a much needed job. I could never.
Is it Case Scarpetta or something? Patricia Cornwell does a series. It's a book series, and it's about an Emmy. And I want to say her name is Scarpetta. And this woman is kind of what I visualize that Scarpetta to look like.
Interesting. Who's the Barbara lady? Is her last name Slaughter? I think that's her name. Oh, she's a very popular New York City Emmy. Barbara Butcher. Her last name's Butcher, because I was like, oh, that is an interesting last name for this profession.
Her last name is
Her
Butcher,
last name is Butcher. She is
and she's an
older
medical
lady,
examiner.
a forensic pathologist, yes, for New York City. And she writes books. She's fascinating. I'm like obsessed with her. She's fascinating. I've seen her on some other YouTuber streams, like Duty Ron and Ed Wallace. He's also a forensic person. I think a pathologist as well. But yeah, that's her last name. You know, fate. But yeah, she's very, very interesting. I find the work to be, I know it's morbid, but it's very fascinating to
It
me.
is.
I could never do it though.
I
Could
couldn't do
never.
it, but I think it is very fascinating, and I think it is a much needed profession, and I think they deserve a lot of respect
Mhm.
because I feel the same way, kind of like veterinarians. A lot of veterinarians say they decided to become veterinarians because your patient can't lie to you. You have to
Mhm.
truly figure out the puzzle. It's the same
Mhm.
thing for the medical examiner. The
Yeah.
patient can't tell them anything. They
Mhm.
have to determine based on facts. That's why I found it interesting that he was asking about, did Proctor tell you their theory first?
Mhm.
Because they shouldn't tell you their theory.
Well, remember, she did determine it was undetermined,
Right.
right? Which is, it does show that, that's, we all know from watching when we rewatched Proctor the other day, he was not happy about it. Does she seem like a whack job to you guys?
I
Does
don't
she
think so.
fit the definition of whack job? Because
I
you know who
think that's
does? Disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor.
I 6A. Yes. I think they did that because she didn't agree with them,
Hmm. I did too.
which
I do
must be
too.
hard for her. She
Mhm.
lives there. She has to work on other cases. You do not want to make law enforcement not like you.
No.
You don't, but
No.
she did the right thing. She didn't bend to their ways.
Hmm. I agree. Because if she did, they probably would have, put homicide.
Right.
So they didn't.
But I think she's right. How do you know? I mean, I don't think the body was able to tell her specifically. I mean, I think I would have said it was homicide
Mm.
because we know he didn't kill himself. We know it was an accidental death.
Mm. They wouldn't
Well,
actually know that because it
I
could
said they
be. He
wouldn't
could
know
have fallen
that.
himself, like,
I'm sorry.
so.
He just looks like he was beat up.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I agree. It very much looks like somebody that was in a fight. Um, what's the other thing that they brought up that I was like, oh,
Did I mention this the other day? I thought of this. Did they ever swab Chloe's mouth? Because Chloe was gone. Did they ever, within the first day or two, try to find her and swab her mouth?
I don't think so.
I
think
didn't
it
think so
seems
either.
nobody even like she was just gone. I think I don't know. Other chatterless. They're so great with information. I appreciate the chat's help all the time. The thing that I really want to know is like, okay, how long did it take him to die?
Right.
Because
That's going to be
if
hard.
he was alive for like 30 minutes and he could move, like he did have function in some manner, because it doesn't sound like there was spinal damage, something
He
that
could have
caused
been knocked out.
paralysis,
He
but
could have been knocked
he,
unconscious,
he could have been. That's true.
and he was still alive for 10 or 15 minutes, but then he died during that time from all of the injuries.
Hmm. Very interesting stuff. Chad says they did a mold.
Yeah, I want to know if they're.
The dog, supposedly.
I don't know if that would help you, but I want to know if there was human DNA in the mouth of the dog. I still want to know where the ferret DNA came from, guys. That really did. I mean, we used to own a ferret. Who owned a ferret? Because you don't just accidentally get ferret DNA on you.
No. And they're not known to be mean. And I think that even if they were, it wouldn't leave that kind of injuries. But I don't know. I never had a ferret. I'm not a fan
I
of
can tell
ferrets.
you, our ferret could not have left that kind of damage.
Yeah,
Roxy,
that seems.
the teeth couldn't. That is a dog.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it would fit ferrets' teeth or claws, or whatever you want to call them.
But I know
agree.
here in Texas, there's been cases where a dog has bitten a person. They swab the dogs to see if that person's DNA is really in their mouth.
Well,
because
you think MSP did anything right in this? Come on,
no, I still don't know how they're not ashamed of themselves. I mean, I would love to go to Canton and maybe go find Proctor at a bar somewhere, not tell him who I am and flirt with him, or maybe Higgins, just to see if I could get him to talk and be like, what are you talking about? What trial? I just moved here. I know nothing about this. Oh, God, tell me more.
If I was Proctor and his family, I would uproot my whole family and go far away from that place. That's for sure. I couldn't imagine.
But they have, if you have half the town supporting you still and half not, I mean, is it going to be any better if you go anywhere else? Because everybody knows what you look like.
I mean, I think if you went into like the Midwest, like Kansas, I think you could get away with living in Kansas and people not know who.
Or Montana.
Yes. Or Montana. Yeah, there's like 60 people there. So, you know, I sure as I would not be sticking around though. So
yeah,
there's that.
I think it's kind of like when a husband and wife get into an argument and you know you've gone this far, you can't just give up. You've got to dig your heels in, even if you know you're wrong, because you don't want to admit it. That is what they are doing.
And you know what? When that happens, guess what? John O'Keefe is not getting justice.
He's not. And his family should be upset about that.
Yeah, all they're doing is covering their own ass. That's it.
Yeah.
Not his family, the Commonwealth and
the Commonwealth.
And
imagine how hard that is when your son was part of that brotherhood.
But it's very interesting.
But I've heard that his mom believes Karen did it, so she doesn't see that there's an injustice.
I would imagine it's hard to wrap your head around all that. And again, she had lost her daughter already too. Like,
I'm so nosy. I want to know why her and John weren't talking.
Oh yeah, I bet it has something to do with the kids. She's probably spoiling the kids. Whatever.
That, or she thought he should do something different with them, or who knows.
Probably.
But
I mean, that just seems like a reasonable comment.
Or did she think they should have come to live with her and not him, maybe?
Maybe.
Because, I mean, I have to admit, I would be a little upset if Monkey Butt went to live with my daughter-in-law's sister instead of me.
Well, yeah, but the house that John's in was his sister and her husband's house.
Right.
He moved into the kids' house. He did not move the kids in with him. Like, he kept the kids there, which is amazing and probably one of the better choices you could make if it was helpful for the kids. So, like, what is his elderly parents supposed to, what were they going to do? Because his father looks like he's not in
I don't think he's in great health.
Yeah, I think that's why we don't see him that often. So, like, could his mom even reasonably taking care of 2 teenage kids, 2 grieving teenage kids on top of her own grief? Plus, I imagine she's a bit of a caretaker for the father, you know? I don't know.
But could she be thinking that John was doing it only out of obligation and not because he really wanted to? Did she think he was doing it because he felt that obligation and she was worried about him not being happy and maybe having his own family?
Maybe we'll never know. We'll never, because, well, I feel like somebody said Paul wasn't talking to her either.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's probably just in our family.
We all
drama.
got it.
We all have
I
it. I was
mean,
going to say, we all
we
got
all
it.
got
All
it.
right. None of our hands are clean. We know you all have it too.
Oh, and what's the little bird's name on Lion King who says, and some of us have two in our families?
Zazu.
Zazu. Yeah.
Zazu. John's mom asked Karen that day why she left John there. He is a grown man. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, why I've had husbands, boyfriends, me say, "Oh, you don't want to stay? Just drop me off. I'll get a ride home."
Mm.
How is
I don't think it's
that
that weird.
weird that she left him there? There is a thing called Uber now, and he had friends there. They could drop him off. It's not like Dallas or Houston where it's an hour across town.
Mm-hmm. And you were dropping him off at a cop house party.
Right.
I mean, Bobby B asks, was it last trial? Karen made a motion to have the Alberts and McCabe's removed from the courtroom after testimony due to the jury complaining about being intimidated by the looks they were getting. Oh, I don't know. Were they in
I don't
the
know.
gallery?
I'm giving that a goog right now.
Just I asked because there's not like a lot of room in there to begin with. So, but I could see Jen wanting to sit there on the family side, just being Jen. You know what? And I am going to keep talking shit about Jim McCabe as much as she talks shit about Carrie and everybody else. I mean, Carrie is Carrie. I found Carrie way more credible and believable than Jen. Gosh, that was so long ago we heard her testimony. So maybe I should
So they did.
hold my tongue on that. They did. Interesting.
She did.
I mean,
Yeah.
but you guys, she is just a sports mom. She's just a sports mom. She couldn't do anything wrong. She's just a sports mom.
Okay, she gives sports moms a bad rap. I'm just going to say, I have friends that stay at home and stayed at home with their kids. That is a hard job. And there's a lot that goes on. They are not sitting there eating bonbons, watching trials all day like us. I mean,
I'd much rather be doing this than being a sports mom. I'm glad my kids
I
not
could
into
never
sports,
be a
that's for sure.
stay-at-home mom. I wasn't built for it. But
All the sports stuff? No, thanks.
I think she's given a bad rap to them.
Well, I think she uses it as like, I can't do anything nefarious, you guys. I'm just a sports mom. I'm harmless. I couldn't possibly do all these things people are accusing me of. You know what? I have seen other moms when it comes to kids and things like that they do some effed. And I'm not talking like true crime stuff. I just mean like effed behavior.
When I was
other moms and
a
kids,
soccer
it's
coach,
pretty weird.
It wasn't the kids that were a problem. It was the parents. I kicked more parents off the field than you can believe because the parents did not know how to behave.
No. And they sure love gossiping.
Oh my God. Well, if it's
So
good tea, I'm
much.
here for it. But
Yeah, but it's like, Jen, don't sit there and pretend you're all innocent just because you're a sports mom. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure, Jen. Sure. I don't really like that lady.
I don't
She's
either.
annoying.
She's very annoying. She's very annoying.
Annoying. Not a fan.
But like I said, I think everybody needs to remember it's not just John O'Keefe's parents. Those two kids, they have now lost 3 people, 3 caretakers, 3 people they loved. What that must do to you. How do you get close to anybody? You'd be worried, oh, I don't want to love you because what if you get taken from me? I mean, that is true trauma. And then to have to go through a trial, have all this stuff talking about in the media.
Twice.
It's
Yeah.
it's awful.
I hope the kids are getting the care and therapy that they probably need to go through all this. His
And I hope
niece
they leave that town.
had gotten into that private school that apparently Jen talked him out of putting her in or whatever. But it did seem like having John in their life, they were still succeeding
They were.
after, what has happened to them. They were still headed, in the
He
other
was doing
direction.
a
So
good
I hope
job.
they still are.
I hope that when they go to college and leave Canton. I really think that's going to be best for them.
Oh yeah. I would. I'd get the hell out of that place. I mean, we hear all the sirens going off all the time. This is a small town. I know it's like a suburb but like, what is happening in Canton all day, every day for all these sirens? Like, I live in a very big city and I hardly hear sirens. Okay. And I have a fire department right there. And I have a police
I don't know what's
station
going
right
on there, but they got a lot going on.
They sure do. What a horrible spot to put those.
And I will give everybody a PSA. If you are driving anywhere and you are listening to this on your car Bluetooth, when the sirens go off, do not think the cops are behind you, because it's not the cops behind you. It's Llama live streaming this trial. Just a PSA.
That sounds like a personal story, Terry. Sounds like that's a personal anecdote.
Beware, because you feel like an idiot when you realize, God dang it, it's Karen Reed trial, the courthouse.
I mean, they're pretty loud. That I would probably think the same if I was driving and that was happening.
Now,
yeah, they are close to Boston. Yeah.
I know the kids have testified. We don't know exactly what they said. I did see a little recap. I want to know what the kids think happened. I hope they're talking through that with their therapist, because not only did this happen, it's horrible if they think Karen did it because she used to be close, especially to the daughter. But then if they think John's coworkers, brothers in blue did this, because they know them, they've met them. You have to
Karen
pick which
seemed to have. It seemed like Karen had a good relationship with them, and that John wasn't really just happy with her and her relationship with them and how she was going about it. It didn't seem she didn't want kids, but it seemed like she treated them very well. She didn't ignore them. She bought them things, took them places, which is a lot for somebody who said they didn't want kids or anything like that. So I'm sure they had a connection with her, and then she's gotten taken out of their life too, because no one in John's family is letting her have any contact with the children now? For sure. I think somebody said that Paul.
That's what I thought.
His wife are taking care of them.
Because I hope they're doing the adult thing and not giving their opinions to the kids and letting the kids make up their own decisions, which I know is not happening. But just like when parents get divorced, you should never badmouth the other. You should never try to influence, because that does even more damage.
Agreed.
Because if they don't feel safe to say what they really think, because Paul has a different opinion, that causes damage to them too.
Agreed. I'm sure the family has lots of things to say or they talk about, and I get that, sure. But I bet they heard talk, because how could they not? Their lives are the other adults,
the
not
mother
children,
and father, the John's parents. Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh.
Who do the?
Oh wow. Okay.
Kids live with now. I am giving that a goog.
A goog. We are not back yet. Bev said 1:35. Oh, they had an adjustment. I'm just gonna. Oh, we got some dialing. Una momento. We are back.
Enter your.
All right, someone told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar.
No, just kidding. Not even going to put it up. I'm not. Chat, what do you think Bev just said? What do you think Bev just said? Counsel, I heard you wanted to talk to me. I'll see you at sidebar. Oh, kills me.
So John's mother, Peggy, lives in John's house now.
Oh, well, that's nice. I'm glad that they kept them there.
And Mr. O'Keefe lives at Peggy and them's old house.
Mm.
And Aaron and Paul now have separate addresses.
Oh, interesting.
So maybe they're separated, which I can understand them being separated after he was playing hide the salami.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yikes. Well, okay, I'm glad the kids get to stay at the house, though. Gosh, at this point, I would almost move them out because of the publicity.
And the reason I gather that information is because on the witness list, I'm reading somebody who had posted, you put your addresses on the witness list. Peggy's at the house with the kids, but her husband is back at their house.
Mm.
That makes me wonder.
If he has health problems, maybe he has a caregiver, or maybe he can't
Do they
go.
not agree?
Like maybe that house isn't, they may not agree, but that house may not be accessible for him to live in because he does not look great.
Do we have time for a quick Menendez update?
Yeah, sure.
The governor has withdrawn his request for clemency investigation and will no longer be entertaining that. So the parole hearing will go forward on June 13th.
Interesting.
Thank you, Scott.
Oh, did you, Scott Hoover?
Yeah.
Love that guy. Love him. Terry did an interview with him, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Was it? About the Menendez hearing. Or was it Tuesday? Tuesday.
It was Tuesday because today's
this
Thursday.
week. Today's Thursday. I don't know what day it is.
Oh, we have the thing tonight. Oh, I better shower and put makeup on.
Yeah, I got this, and then I got to record Diddy, and then I got to do stuff for True Crime and Wine Time tonight, and then be on the show with you. It's a busy day.
I've heard some funny things on TikTok about P. Diddy. Like somebody did a mix up with the song Jack and Diane, but it was P. Diddy and Baby Oil.
Let me tell you a little ditty about Puffy and Baby Oil.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so weird. I just don't understand all the baby oil stuff.
Bells, that is very interesting.
Oh,
we both tried to do it at the same time.
I got too excited. Oh, interesting. John's dad liked Karen and didn't think she did it. Very interesting.
And
we are very productive and busy.
I think he's talking about you, girl. I'm not the one who is doing all this stuff. It is you.
Oh, we get a
Look
whole
at
team.
that dress she's wearing.
I know, I love it. It's like a trench coat, but not.
Is she wearing pantyhose?
I think leggings.
Okay. I hope so.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom before Leslie gets on. Be right back.
Yeah, guys, since Llama's not on here, let's be sure to share all of this so that she can get more people to find her because she does a lot of work for this channel, and I love that she's doing Couch Court. So let's make sure we always show her the love. Bobby B, I think we all need shirts that say thanks, Bev. Oh, thank you, Bobby B. That is very nice of you. Oh, Shanka, sorry, I just saw your comment about hide the salami. Tell BB she's welcome. Monkey Butt last night asked me what necrophilia was because she heard me talking about the show tonight, and I told her she didn't need to know. Bev, when you come back, y'all should have all your stuff together, and you should be hitting the ground running.
Can't wait till she apologizes to the jury. So
I know,
sorry
I'm
we've
like-
taken up so much of your time.
She's different this trial than last trial. I don't know if you've noticed in some of the rewatching. She's still not great in my opinion, but she's toned it down a little bit. Oh my God, we're back to the fan.
It's just the jury coming in. All right. Everybody got their snacks? Ready for this afternoon?
I got pizza.
I grabbed my euros for later.
Your
Oh,
what?
it's already €2.
What is he?
It's
Oh, the
like,
sandwich, the Greek sandwich thing?
Well, yeah, like more like a Greek
Okay.
taco, I guess.
Okay.
With lamb. You don't like lamb.
I don't eat lamb. Or cow tongue. Or goat. While looking for a new goat for Jasper, I was searching farms. The number of ads to buy goat meat is alarming.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Squirty-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledged that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
Histopathology.
We all learned a new word today, everybody, as did the
So-
court reporter.
That histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So, do I have it correct, and let's start with the pancreas, that you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic? Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
Goosely. I love you closed caption.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1, and then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right, are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Okay. It's okay with me, Alessi.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake. staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approve? Yeah, put your.
Yep,
Thank
just
you.
show Mr. Brennan. Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you, just that section to hear. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
She does. Make sure it's moving all around. She does seem a little annoyed today. All checked out.
Maybe she needs to take a grumpy.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital, and it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
Strike.
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr.
Brennan, why did you call
With this, but just move on.
to strike that out?
In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
Initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments. Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
Is this, oh, thank you, Beth, because I have questions that I wanted to ask Miss Kathy. Is this about the protesters? Because I heard that they were pushed further back and then there was some sort of First Amendment violation thing, so they're allowed to be closer? What's going on with that? Oh, yes, she says. Ooh, then yeah, that would, and that came down from the federal court. Oh, that is probably why she is grumpy today. That is probably definitely why she is grumpy today. Yeah, that'll do it. Because they do not like when they're talked down to by other courts above them. They don't like it. So that is interesting. Okay. She got her hands smacked. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, Belle.
Yeah.
What do I got in here? I got 2. Ooh, and they gave me extra tzatziki sauce. Nice. I got 3. Look at that, Polly. Look at all my tzatziki sauce. Ooh. I make them put it on the side because I don't like when things get all wet. I can't reheat them. I'm
the same.
So I always get it on the side so I can put however much I want when I want to. The fact that I even eat this now is a huge step up. We all know how Llama feels about condiments. Oh, Nikki says, possibly controversial point, but I'm not sure the protesters or Turtle Boy are helping the case anymore. I agree.
I agree.
But here's the elbow feet charting, and he says she's been chilling when he writes, if she didn't have judicial immunity, she would be sued for all the bad dye jobs that can afford. Yeah. Elbow feet and I kind of got into it in a playful way the other night about the whole thing, and I was like, yeah, I feel like they're making it difficult. It could cause problems with a fair trial in my book. This is a very small courthouse we can clearly hear stuff that's going right outdoors, right? And we want this to be a fair trial. Mm-hmm. And that can easily influence a jury if they see or hear this stuff because of the intensity that people feel on both sides. I'm not going to say it's the free Karen Reed people or the Karens. It is on both sides. They are a bit aggressive. But there is the whole First Amendment right thing, which is also important, but also at what cost. It's a very complicated area. It's very interesting. Expand. Yeah, because I know that she pushed them back. So, Simone says, now you would think that any pathologist with integrity knows that a dead man tells no tales. That's hard to say. Alexa, I just did that. Oh, tells no tales. Let's see. You're not a tzatziki fan? Oh, I love it. I wasn't either until the fall, and now I'm just obsessed. So you have that. Nikki says, I think it brought awareness and they wanted that, but now it seems too much. And even though the town sucks, they don't deserve harassment. Yeah, there are some lines being crossed by the protesters. Now, that's on both sides. Mm-hmm. It's intense. It's weird at this point. I'm all about justice for John, for Karen, for whoever needs it, but let's be reasonable,
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Doesn't matter, baby. There's a reason why freedom of speech, press, assembly, and redress
At the grand jury,
I love you,
did you
babe.
testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
The protesters? Only a
Hemorrhaging of the
few.
pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct?
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary
Me
resuscitation?
too.
It's possible.
Me too.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated
I'm going to eat my food, but I'm
CPR
here.
machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
So, when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach? In the pancreas? Would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of
The
the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay. So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Whoa.
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine can cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
She's over it.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'm prepared
Go
to
ahead.
give it. Thank you. Wishnewski. So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on. Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it, yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears.
I did not call them Wisniewski spots, I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that, so now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Your Honor, just to...
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It's
Pardon me?
It's N right there.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
Oof, graphic. I'm glad I'm almost done eating.
May
I hurry up and
Yes.
finish. Oh no.
Dr. Scorbello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scorbello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas, there's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to
Correct.
them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scordi-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Understood. Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Just hold for these, sorry. Not your fault.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes.
Jurors?
Yes.
Rise for jury.
Oh, one of the jurors requested a break. Oh, maybe they didn't handle the picture well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Yeah, hold on, let me clean up my face. This is why I didn't eat this on camera. There's no graceful way to eat a gyro. Okay? There's no graceful way to do it. Okay. No, I think we're good. Oh boy.
The
I'm
amount
gonna go with the photos.
of people, I just did a hashtag Karen Reed saying that Alessi, like, is amazing. Like, this one says Karen Reed's defense is having a brutal week. Defense table looks listless, deflated, and defeated. I'm like,
The
are they
defense
watching
table?
this? Yes. Are they watching the same trial we are? This was an hour ago.
I haven't gathered that at all from this week.
I haven't either. I'm like,
Okay.
what? Are they watching the same trial or am I missing something? Like, here's another one. Let's thank Robert Alessi for helping the Commonwealth's case.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I mean, he's bringing up arguments that there is internal organ damage, but whether it's the ME saying it or it's from the Lucas machines he was talking about, whatever, it doesn't matter. It was not from being hit by a car.
right.
So I don't think that that's helping the prosecution at all there, but different strokes for different folks, I guess. I don't know. That's interesting. I definitely don't. Propaganda. Stop it, LOP. Stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they live on planet eggs. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're defeated. And if the jury is responding as Sue O likes to tell on X.
Yeah. I'm watching Sue O too, but I mean, I just thought I would go and do a hashtag and see people I don't follow.
Mm-hmm.
But wow. I hope
that's
it's
true.
bots.
X is filled with bots.
I hope it's
filled
bots
with bots
because I want to ask these people what Kool-Aid they're drinking to make sure I don't drink it.
But we know there are real people that do feel that way because they've been on TV and they're outside of the building. So there are people that see things that way, and that's okay. Those are just not my observations. So
I mean,
I'm seeing.
For all we know, the jury could have people seeing it both ways.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Oh, I bet there is. That's why I feel like it's probably going to end up being a hung jury.
Yeah.
So that's what I think. NPCs. Do not engage. That's right. Never engage with bots or trolls. It's not great. That's not great. Interesting. So he had how many? What was the math on the Lucas machine compressions? Ridiculous.
It was a ridiculous amount.
3,700. It'd be 3,700 because he said 1,000.
Yeah.
Or that is that 37,000. It'd be 37,000. It's 1,000 beats a minute, and it was 37 minutes. I don't know. Oh, if he's so much good at math.
I'm pulling up the actual.
Either way, I think.
Oh my God, this thing looks brutal.
Yeah, the act of trying to start somebody's heart is not a great process.
No, and I've done, CPR, but I mean, I'm glad they have a machine like this, but wow. It looks brutal.
Oh,
but it is exhausting. I mean,
100 per minute.
It's exhausting.
Thank you for listening, Elbow Feet. See, that's why I keep him around.
Well, if he was missing out in a storm, you wouldn't go look for him. So we haven't forgotten that. We still got your back, Elbow Feet. Remember, you said you wouldn't go look for him in the blizzard.
That's true. I'm such an a-hole. Oh, this Commonwealth did say they would go for Karen until there's a conviction. Fools.
Is there a number where the court system steps in and says, okay, that's enough?
No, I don't think so.
So if
there is such a thing as called malicious prosecution. Well, there is such a thing called malicious prosecution, but I don't know what all that means. So I don't want to say. I just know that it exists. So a Lucas machine is used to preserve the body in a vegetative state. Oh, okay. I see. Yikes.
In the U.S. legal system, there is no limit on how many times a case can be retried after a hung jury. That is insane.
I agree. I mean, if you don't get it the second time, why are we trying for a third? You clearly don't have enough evidence to prove such a thing, but that's how we are.
You bankrupt somebody, you ruin their life. I mean, that is just ongoing abuse.
Is that what it is, Elbow Feet? Is it for civil only? Okay.
Wow.
He's a smarty pants too. Let's see. Said some of her answers have helped the Commonwealth, but he says her overall testimony should help the defense. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty neutral on both sides at the moment. She's a good witness for both of them.
He's trying to just find that little bit of reasonable doubt.
Was he an organ donor? Probably. Maybe.
I don't think his organs could have been donated, right? With hemorrhages in them? Oh,
sometimes they take little things like your corneas, but maybe those were ruptured because his eyes were, black and blue. But maybe they also kept him on that while they heated the body back up. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, okay. I still haven't got to my open bottle of creamer yet, or my new one, I mean. Okay,
so he was a registered organ donor, but I can't find if any were actually donated.
Well, they declared him dead, though, like early in the morning, I thought.
Right. And I just wondered because of the coldness of his organs, could they possibly have still been used? I don't know.
But they have to take them in for surgery and everything. And I think they don't, I don't know. Interesting. Interesting. I think Alessi shouldn't push the hypothermia so much as the head injury, but that's my opinion. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Is I need somebody for me to do heat body temperature math is what I need from somebody. Like, how long would it take? How's long to die in the cold for like hypothermia, right? Because it dropped out. He was found with a temperature of 80 degrees. Normally it needs to be 98. I believe usually it's 2 degrees an hour after somebody passes, maybe something like that. But when you add in the weather elements, does that speed up that process, of the temperature going down? Or how does that work? I don't know. It's the law to heat the body up. Yeah, it seems to be around there.
Okay, this I find interesting. Hypothermia occurs when the core body temperature drops below 95.
No.
I've taken my temperature and it's been like 94 before. Does that mean I'm hypothermic? I just thought it meant I still
Could
had
be like at risk for it.
Wow.
That's pretty low. So,
Wow.
I'm usually at 97.4 gal.
I usually am at a 98.5, but I have, when like really sick, I've had it low. Wow. So 80, his body was really cold then. I mean, because I just think of 80, like 80 isn't really cold, but I guess for the core body temperature, that is cold.
Yeah, it's very cold. It's very.
I wonder what temperature
cold.
blood freezes at. Is it 30 degrees? Like liquids?
Like 32 degrees, probably.
Yeah. Sure does blood freeze.
Your search history. Oh boy.
28.4 to 26.6.
Oh, lower. Interesting.
And it turns into ice crystals.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. My search history, if they ever look at my search history, I'm going to be charged with every crime that I'm within a 30-mile radius of. Like, I did one time where, like, how many times do you have to stab a body for it not to float to the top?
Oh. I mean, don't worry. Just make sure you're using a tab from a year ago, and it'll be fine. It worked for Jim McCabe. It can work for you too, babe.
If I was in the Commonwealth, maybe it would help me.
Right? Okay. So Mom says they had to use every method possible in order to keep him alive, per se, so they could maybe determine the manner of death. He wasn't hit by the vehicle. Yeah, there is a story. I'm not going to tell the story right now because I know it can get very political, and we don't do politics here. But I would just say there is a woman being kept alive in a state, and it is
To have a baby? Yeah, I saw that.
It's disturbing. It is very disturbing. But we won't get into that because we don't do political stuff here, guys. But look on your own, and you can see what I'm talking about. I read about it last night, and I was pissed. You too, Nikki. You Google everything. Oh, guys, all of our search histories.
Yeah. You fit in very well here.
True. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I mean, according to the people in the house, John never went in, but no body seen on the yard. I just don't understand how nobody saw him.
I don't either.
It's so hard for me to get past. It's so hard for me to believe a single person didn't see a body there. There was not that much snow. It was not that dark. There's headlights everywhere. I mean, I get it that they were all shit-faced, but like nobody.
Yeah.
It's weird.
In the beginning, I didn't think there was a cover-up last trial. I mean, I really thought going into it that she was guilty. And that's why I watched some. But it's looking more and more like something shady happened. I don't think they intentionally set out to kill him. I don't think anybody did that. But I think somebody's covering stuff up.
Yeah, I don't think what happened to John was intentional, no matter how it happened. I really don't think that. I think even if it was Karen that hit him, I do not believe it was intentional or done out of a jealous rage. If it was her, I could just see that she had a lot to drink and maybe wasn't paying attention. If it's something that happened in the house where there was a fight, though I don't know why, I don't know how you could beat a cop's ass in the house and then expect nothing to happen afterwards if he made it through the fight. So that's my only wait a second. So you're just going to go punch another officer? That's another weird thing that I get hung up on.
But I think if you're drinking, it gives you that liquid courage and you might get into a fight with somebody when you normally wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And without a doubt, I mean, they were wasted, all of them. Because they said John's blood alcohol was what, 0.28 or something? Now, granted, dead bodies do have an ethanol percentage that they produce, but it's not a super high one usually. But that's still pretty high. Liquid courage equals stupid behavior. That's right. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But we've all done it. I'm not judging. We've all been there. Well, they're going to pin it on the girl. Arca said with physics, John wasn't hit by an SUV. I can't wait for Arca to testify. We didn't really hear much of what they were going to say in the voir dire for this, but I'm super excited to hear about that and any reconstruction person. I mean, I want to hear Trooper Paul again, that's for sure. But I feel like they need to explain. They really need to explain how this occurred. You know, we've been rewatching the first trial, and they've showed several images of the house. Okay, to help us get acquainted with where he was, all that. They have barely shown us anything about this house. No computer generated image, nothing. And I think that is very interesting. Now, the things we've watched were cross defense, so I don't know if they're waiting to submit it. I don't know. I just don't understand why we're not seeing models of the house and the body and whatnot constantly. It's very confusing to me. 0.21 is heart blood, 0.2 is eye fluid. Okay, interesting. When the heart stops, the blood stops pumping and your metabolism can't communicate with the rest of the central nervous system. Yeah, that is true. Say they saw... One of them said they saw a dark blob. Julie Nagel. Interesting.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
I don't feel like she said that this time around.
Yes.
I apologize for all my throat clearing today, you guys.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? So you can sort of start over to reorient the jury. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
Bye, Terry.
It
Thanks
is a
for being
picture
here.
of
I'll
a
see you
stomach,
tonight.
of the
9 p.m.
mucosa of a stomach.
Bye.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Or you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the screen.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf?
But like wet snowbank, there wasn't even that much snow to even have much of one.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as the generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia and the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again, so what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29, 2024.
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So,
That's a good point.
you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, now that
Welcome
you
back.
have gone through your this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And can you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain, from that impact to the back of the head, a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
He's like, did you see his face when he walked by? Yeah. He just told himself, good job.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your Honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scortibello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it did. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor.
Oh, I heard whispers, but I couldn't make it out.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Do you guys think in law school they take a whole class on how to whisper quietly to one another? Because I don't know how they do it.
Your Honor, I erroneously assume that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation if I could. Dr. Scordi-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
165.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I have placed before you what is in evidence now is 165. And Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury, you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Woke, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate that this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
166.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, where are all you lovely people from? Got Ohio here.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf.
Illinois. Love that.
On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan.
Oh, we got Nikki in Michigan. Yeah, we got people from all over the place. Love that. I love diversity.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them
Yes.
marked as next in evidence?
Right, Canada, lovely. Love our friends up north.
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
Nice.
I'm going to do the same thing if I may, Dr. Shorty-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to wait.
I shouldn't have ate both those euros. I know, I'm taking
Whatever
out.
one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you.
Callie, okay.
With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes,
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
Right, and if those wounds look like that, that definitely makes me feel like they
I
didn't
cannot.
clean the wound on his head at the hospital or anything.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So, were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No?
Hmm.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain. Sustain.
You were not
I see
able
what you
to
did there.
reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
He asked why she didn't get the clothes earlier. Waiting
Thank
to
you
be
for
able to guess
answering
that.
my
Nope.
questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
Okay. You like how he tried to get in that reasonable doubt question? Did you have doubt and was it reasonable? So funny. Love it.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to the front.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe, and you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right, I understand your question, and my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, you can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach. Ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have her witness the fact and go.
Were you asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to her.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log, yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
Part of the end report. Take a look. You have it.
Your Honor, if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis for it.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor. Will the
Sustained.
approach-
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk, that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police
Okay.
report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
May I hand the witness another document?
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
QQ for identification.
Choo choo. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Second document, was that another document in your file?
Yes,
And is that another report that you considered?
yes,
How many lines is that report?
5.
Then move to have this marked by identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
I'm going to hand you the document. I'm not going to actually read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
My dog is dreaming.
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate.
Yeah, she doesn't really bark either, so it's funny that she's barking
Were
a
you
lot in her
informed or
dream.
were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe, that she said, "May have I hit him? Did I hit him?"
Objection, may we approach, please, briefly?
Okay.
Ooh, sidebar. Interesting. Interesting. So interesting. Okay. Okay, so how many people thought it was hilarious that Leslie kept objecting? I bet that pissed Brennan off there a little bit. What was the thing she just said that I thought was interesting? Oh my goodness, can you guys tell that I ate a late lunch and I'm just like, do. It'll come to me in a second. Anyway, how are you guys feeling on this redirect here? I think it's not as, I'm curious, what's X saying the jurors are like? Are they bored? Because I kind of zoned out a little bit too with Brennan there. I'm just like, oh, buddy. Oh, the new places.
So,
That's right.
jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scorti-Bellows, knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you. At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?"
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you
Excuse me.
learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
That, yeah, I was aware of that information later on.
Were you
It's done.
aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes,
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
about their,
Their observations?
yes,
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead,
Yeah, I was given that information,
and the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes,
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honors.
I'll allow that.
Why?
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware
Why would
of
she know
that
that?
until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice
What?
messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
I agree.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets?
See you tomorrow, RTC. Thanks for being here.
Before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No,
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
no,
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because, I'll allow that.
most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Okay. How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How many objections has
You were asked
Leslie
questions
done?
about a
Last 15
nose
minutes.
laceration.
Yes,
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
correct,
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That is,
Wilson.
Your Honor. There's not quite.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could
it?
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Hmm.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know
Yes.
at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right, Mr. Lessie.
oh, oh. Sorry, guys. Oh. Gotta do some stretching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get moving a little bit. Can't believe he was allowed to do all that.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, Miss Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken. Is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead. Yes.
Dr. May I?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, may I stand by the witness here?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I am providing you with a document up at the top that says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is,
it's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers, and what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption,
It's possible.
as opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Ooh.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him, could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank you,
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at the sidebar.
Probably to talk about scheduling. That Alessi is so smart. Oh, Sankoda. Yeah, he is. Very smart. Very smart. So the ulcers that were there could have been from drinking, which we know everybody drinks a lot in these parts. Yes, I think Alessia finished on a high note as well. As well. We're very, you guys. You guys in chat are ridiculous. I love you guys so much. I'm also very interested in her testimony that there was no frostbite. Like, frostbite can happen, what, in like 20 minutes, depending with the wind chill or something like that? And nothing on his fingers or his nose or his ears for being out there for allegedly 5.5 hours? I don't know. I thought that was interesting. But Brennan, with his stupid questions, he was just he was just like, oh, crap. Alessia did a good job with the reasonable doubt. So he just wanted to get in all of his evidence points. Because why would he ask her all this? How is it even? I don't know. That's what I think his plan was. Just saying. I'll see you all about White Claws. Yeah, I do find the no frostbite thing very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe he was insulated by the ferret. Oh, silly me. A magical ferret. Cute, cuddly ferret. That's a scheduling. How do you guys got?
All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I'm told that we are on schedule. So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Rest of the jury.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Before we get into talking about the case, we'll stick around and see if any of the lawyers have anything to discuss. They haven't for the last several days, so we don't know. But look at this new banner I made. So we've decided we're going to do a viewer challenge, okay? Send us a pic of your ceiling fans. Ceiling fans, please. No other inappropriate pictures, please. And thank you. Just ceiling fans. Send us a pic of your ceiling fan so the Canton only fan isn't so lonely, and we will share your pics on our next live stream. You can send them to me, Tara at TCWT Media, or Amy
All right, so
at
Mr.
TCWT
Lessie, I'll hear
Media.
you.
Show us those OnlyFans.
I'll hear you, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we get an argument today, you guys.
The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor
Yes.
is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes.
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established. They have stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137
right, like face fans
or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it.
No, you don't have to be in the picture now.
So,
You can, but you don't have to.
although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor.
This must be the people that
12/32.
do the car data.
And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analyses. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffen's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the the situation here, our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right, do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right, and Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you
Right,
have
so-
another
so-
option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that?
I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a
Right.
chance to talk to ARCA at
All
all.
right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. What the fuck? And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Griffin, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text stream data, the black box data from the car, has an event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. It doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, it just adds to the time. What he learned, from his opinion, is that Mr. DeSorbo was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
In my case in chief, because we now have this available data.
Yeah.
As I said, this wasn't
The convenience
wasn't something that we sat on.
matches up.
Fortunately, we received their exit report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said, he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within the reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first
All
trial.
right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
I knew
Your Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained,
To replace Trooper
I
Bond.
believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay,
He's so
what I'd
passionate.
like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't reiterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found
We've been ambushed.
summary violations.
Oh.
Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government's objection and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review, to prepare, and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Welcher. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case to the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple four opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments.
A thorough
This
thing?
requires
Oh my gosh.
not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now, so by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided and presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information and material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury.
Nothing you're doing makes any sense to the jury.
Has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that.
So if we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket, Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and with Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided, I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this, because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Ooh, that was fiery. That was enjoyable. Okay, Leslie getting all fired up.
Goodbye.
I love it. Goodbye. Goodbye to you, Court. Thank you for today. Okay. Pardon me. So a lot happened there. So there's the company Aperture, which I'm assuming is basically like ARCA, like reconstruction people. They got like car data and stuff. I think they're supposed to be the equivalent. All right. So the guy from there had already done a report and everything. And then the other day he's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to have to amend my report because I used the wrong times, or I didn't use John's time as a frame of reference. Basically, the report wasn't great for the prosecution. And so this guy wanted to amend it based on Ian Wiggins, was that his name? Whiffen, the cell phone data guy. He's like, oh, I'm going to amend my report to this. And the defense is like, whoa. There's all these different time differences apparently between phones and cars, and I don't understand this time math. I don't understand why time isn't just time, but I guess it's not a thing. So that's what they were arguing about in the first place was, well, oh, and then they were like, okay, but our guys already turned in that stuff months ago to go off of. Like, this is that guy's problem, that he did it wrong in the first place, and he shouldn't be allowed to bring that in. He needs to stick with his original report, not this amended one. That's kind of what they were arguing about for the first one. And from what I've interpreted, I could be wildly wrong, but I think that's what I got from it. Now, the second one, and Brennan was all like, or I'm sorry, Alessi was like, this feels like an ambush. Now we have a whole new report, and this shouldn't be allowed, right? So then Brennan turns around for the next motion, because he's all upset. His guys don't have enough time his expert doesn't have enough time to go through the ARCA report that just came in last week. So both of these experts on both sides, their reports both just came in around the same time for like each side. Oh yeah, Brennan knows that ARCA's gonna kick its ass. So then Brennan was like, they did all these experiments and stuff, and my expert doesn't have time to read them all and do his own experiments. What I think it is that it's like, oh, here are some professionals who did science experiments and protocols that you haven't brought a single person to the stand who has done anything that these people have done. And ARCA, I guess, was part of the first trial. This is a defense witness this time around, but they were a third party. The federal government hired ARCA for their internal investigation. Yeah, that's how you know ARCA is a little trusted. The feds hired them, right? And then the defense has hired them personally this time around. But Brennan is just being like, well, we don't have time to go through all that. It's so much reading, Your Honor. Nah. Even though he was literally trying to basically do the same thing to Alessi. That was wild to watch. And maybe my interpretation's wrong. Let's see what you all think in the chat. Right, yes, ARCA had a delay. Well, they had to get approval from the Department of Justice to be able to be hired by the defense team, I think is what they brought up in voir dire. I forgot all about that, but something like that. But this is why changing your timeline from the first trial is a major problem, Brennan. He did this to himself. Yeah. So his new witness is trying to change the whole timeline. I didn't catch the exact numbers. Like, I don't know if it's like a few second difference or minute difference. I was a little confused about that, but I'm sure someone much more educated than me can figure it out. Right. The only evidence they can't fabricate is science. Does ARCA get to talk about the canon? I've heard lots of talk about this canon, and I hope so. Britain knew ARCA's report was coming the 7th or 8th. Yes, because Bev, they did a voir dire for the ARCA guys, and she gave ARCA that deadline herself and said it needed to be in, and they were. Right? He acts like he was just given the case a week before trial. I'm sorry that your investigation sucks all the way around, and that this is the cards you've had to deal with. But right, ARCA in theory is pretty non-biased. I mean, yes, they're hired by defense this time around, but they were very third party the first time around. They were not hired by the defense. They were there as a third party. So I cannot wait for them to testify. Also, defense gave us some insight that they're only expecting their case to only last a week and a half. Does anyone think that's shorter than what I thought it would be? I thought it would be like at least 2 to 3 weeks. A week and a half seems limited, but maybe it's because they didn't bring on all the witnesses that defense was preparing for. I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't have hired Timu ARCA. Right. Oh, yes, that's right. In the first trial, Lally could have called ARCA, but he didn't. He didn't. Yeah, the defense decided to call them, and they didn't, because basically ARCA, from what I've been told, was like, homie wasn't hit by a car. Okay, that's not how that happened. But yeah, so Brennan's just being like super whiny about it. Yeah, so they weren't cleared by the DOJ to do that until the second week of April, even though they had started kind of getting their stuff together. It was like a whole conflict of interest thing. They had to get approval. It was a whole thing they talked about in the voir dire. Waiting Grace says it's not a huge amount of time, minutes at most. If your timeline is that tight, you might have a problem. That's exactly. I mean, this is a very small time window. So that the prosecution's done to itself. Could they honestly allow this to go into any archive or the Library of Congress? I'm not sure what you're referring to, like their reports, or I might have missed part of that conversation. Sorry. Last year it was about a week. I think they only called 5 witnesses, ARCA being the time consumers. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think defense should call them all too. Just call everybody. Get everybody down here. I mean, where's Michael Proctor? You're going to be on there for a week and a half. I think he would take like several days, is all I'm saying. I didn't really understand Alessi's argument about them calling the expert, prosecution calling the expert, defense doing ARCA, and then them prosecution calling Aperture back. Because I thought they could do that, but I'm not really sure what he was talking about there, and I'm not going to pretend that I even do for a second. Excuse me. That keeps talking about time and being on schedule. Is that normal? Do they have a limited amount of time? No and yes. They do usually inform the jury that things are either going well or behind. Just because you're asking a lot of these people's time, they have to make plans, childcare arrangements if they have children. So judges do kind of communicate whether or not the case is going ahead of time on schedule, or if they're going to need to ask the jury to stay longer than the time they quoted. And that's really just being courteous for the jury. I have seen other judges say similar things. I don't think that's anything about that. I still don't see how he overcomes his timeline of John being killed at 12:31, but he was walking around after that. Yeah, I think that's kind of what this argument was about, is that the data is showing that it doesn't match up. I don't know. Hi, 80s. Welcome, welcome. The defense should call Proctor and Higgins, then the dog bite doctor, the phone guy, then ARCA. I don't think I'll need more. Oh, yeah, that's right, because they got to bring in the dog people. They got to bring in ARCA. There's 2 guys for ARCA. They got to bring in the dog bite lady. I think it's a lady doctor, something. I don't recall the name for that. They need to bring in, their own cell phone data extractionist person, because the Commonwealth had 2. They had Whiffen and, oh gosh, I forget that lady's name. So they need to bring one of those. And I don't think they need to bring in an ME, because they had that lady did pretty good for them, I think. But we'll see what that other doctor is that they plan on calling. So let's see. Shanka says because ARCA is being called to rebut Aperture, and Brennan wants Aperture to be able to come back and rebut the rebuttal by the defense. Oh yeah, that's right. He's saying, well, I'm going to ask them some questions, but not everything, because I'm going to wait and see what the defense has to say. And then after that, can I bring up new stuff in my rebut, like split the guy's testimony in half? I think so. Yeah. Put Zoe on the stand. Oh, she's sleeping somewhere. She'd be grouchy like Bev too. She's very grouchy. Simone says, I'm thinking of the closing arguments at this point. This is unique, I will admit, but the bottom line here is justice for John. It's warranted to us as sane individuals. Yes. I don't know how prosecution's going to bring this all together. And how funny is that? Brennan's like, well, the order of my Aperture, like, it has to be that way because the one dude relied on the other dude's information, and it just wouldn't make sense to the jury if they were called in a different order. Oh, I didn't realize you took that into consideration, because you haven't done that the entire time of this trial. None of us even know what's going on because of your order of calling witnesses. Oh, what a mess, you guys. What a mess. sorry, pardon me. Oh gosh, what do you guys think about today? Who won today? I think I'm gonna have to give it to the defense for their questioning of the medical examiner, because they brought up some like really good points, right? Why wasn't there grass and gavel? Oh, you know what I thought about too? You remember that big stain on John's pants on his bum? That would have taken some significant movement to make that, right? And their theory is like, oh, he tossed around and then slid in the grass or whatever. But didn't he have like a bruised tailbone or something like that? Maybe? I don't know. I was just thinking about that. I was like, ooh, I wonder. Well, for the prosecution's theory, I know everyone else thinks that it was dragging. Yes. I'm just saying for them to explain the grass stain, I would think you would have some tailbone bruising of some kind or something, but I don't know. Yeah, guys. So tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be back here co-hosting with, as a guest co-host for Cherry on True Crime and Wine Time, where we are covering the inside the mind of a necrophile, Karen Greenlee story. You guys do not want to miss it. After I get done here, I'm going immediately to start recording U.S. versus Diddy Combs trial. And we will have that up for you later tonight. It's day 4. So I'm busy, lady. Did he have a bruise on his butt? No, I don't think they mentioned that. He did some break dancing. Oh gosh. Let's see. But yeah, so that's what I'll be doing tonight. After you guys leave here, you should go catch up on my Diddy coverage. They're each about like 45 minutes long, but it's a lot of information and moves very, very quickly. I'd love it if you guys could go watch that, like it, share it, to get it out there so other people can hear what's going on with Diddy, because it is something. And federal courts do not allow audio or cameras, so we just got to read live recaps, but I try to make it a little entertaining. It's basically we're reading along together. And no butt bruise, as they said. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's interesting, right? Okay, but I'm not a medical doctor. What do I know? Bell says, in my opinion, the judge shouldn't limit the time of the trial because someone's future is at stake. I agree. I do agree. Some judges are very about it. Civil cases, however, civil cases are very interesting because they actually do have each side. If I remember, I've only watched a few civil trials because they are a little bit confusing. But wasn't it like Debt Be Heard that each side had an allotted amount of time for the whole trial? And they each had these clock boxes. I don't remember how many hours it was, but that's how many hours you had to present the whole case. However long it took you to get to that, that's all the time you got. And the jury doesn't have to find reasonable doubt. It's just like 51%. If you think that person is at least 51% responsible, well, I wonder if Buchanan. That makes sense why Buchanan thinks you're not a lead investigator. But civil trials do have some sort of time clock thing that I don't really understand. They do not televise civil trials very much. As a matter of fact, the only 2 I can think of is Debt Be Heard and the Gwyneth Paltrow one. Those were celebrity ones, so. All right, my lovelies. Oh, yeah, that's right. Don't forget the challenge. Send us a picture of your ceiling fan or another fan. It doesn't have to be a ceiling fan. Maybe you have one of the stand-up ones, a little round one. Try to attach your YouTube name, not your real name, because I don't want to say anybody's real name on the air. So try to put in the email what your YouTube name is. Don't send me naughty pics, please and thank you. I don't need them. I don't want them. But get creative with your fan pics. Let's have fun. We're going to be here for how many more weeks? We might as well start having fun now. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being with me today. Another great day. We'll be back again tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern for day 17 of the Karen Reed trial. Otherwise, I will see you guys tonight, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern, right here for True Crime Wine Time. All right. Bye, guys. Y'all have a great day. Go forth and be amazing. Bye, everyone.